Through the chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Planning Commission this Tuesday evening, December 9th. I will now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Haleva, could you please call the roll?
Chair Patel,
Here.
Vice Chair Clafter,
Here.
Commissioner Bush,
Here.
Commissioner Shumkel,
Commissioner Shamkle is absent this evening.
and Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Good evening and welcome. We are excited to be here in person with options for virtual participation. This meeting is being held at the San Mateo Main Public Library Oak Room due to construction at City Hall, as authorized by City Charter Section 2.10. For those attending in person, complete a yellow Request to Speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If participating remotely, use the Raise Your Hand feature in Zoom, and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. And finally, we welcome speakers providing public comment, but please be advised this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item. If speakers fail to follow these rules, they will be warned, and if they continue to disregard our rules, their opportunity to speak will be ended. The first item on our agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the Planning Commission at this time. State law prevents the Commission from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. Public comment is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to the Commission's discretion and can be extended if the Commission wishes to do so. The public comment period is now open. Any members of the public wishing to comment on any items not on the agenda, please turn in your yellow speaker slip now, or raise your hand if participating remotely. Haleva, how many speakers do we have for public comment?
Through the chair, we have no public commenters at this time.
Great. I will go ahead and close the general public comment period. The next item on our agenda, 2033 LaSalle Drive, zoning reclassification, zoning code amendment, special use permit, site plan and architectural review, and site development planning application for an early childhood education center. We will start with a staff presentation, followed by an applicant presentation, and then public comments. Members of the public are given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. The applicant may also be given 5 minutes at the end to respond to the public comments. Once the public hearing is closed, I may ask staff to respond to any public comments. The Commission will ask clarifying questions, deliberate, and render a decision. Finally, if a decision is made tonight, the decision of the Planning Commission can be appealed to the City Council within 10 calendar days. Can we go ahead and start with the staff presentation? Thank you.
It looks like Samin is getting the presentation up.
Good evening, Chair Patel and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Simin Zakhovan, Associate Planner and Staff Planner for item number 1. Joining us via Zoom are John Thompson, Assistant Engineer with Public Works, and Kenny Jung, with the city's traffic consultant with W-Trans. This is a public hearing for 2033 LaSalle Drive zoning reclassification for the Carey School Early Childhood Education Center, Planning Application 2025-012. Sorry, excuse me.
Still working through the technology in our temporary location here. Hang with us for just a few minutes as we get this up on Zoom.
Sorry for the tech issues. This project outlined in red is located at 2033 LaSalle Drive. Surrounding uses include single-family residential development to the north, Salle High School to the east, the existing Carey School campus to the south, and multifamily apartment to the west across LaSalle. The project land use designation is residential very low, and the site is zoned R1B for one-family dwelling. The project site is 26,380 square feet, and the existing uses include a single-family residence and an accessory dwelling unit. This request before you tonight is for the development of the site with an early childhood education center consisting of 5,908 square foot building and associated site improvement. The facility would accommodate up to 75 students, ages 2 to 5 years old, and 16 staff. The project includes 11 on-site parking spaces and proposes to use an off-site parking facility for the remaining parking. The proposed hours of operation are Monday through Friday from 7:45 a.m. to 6 p.m. The proposed project would require 5 entitlements, which I will discuss the details of each premise and requested entitlements in the next slide. This includes zoning reclassification from R1B to R1B/Q8 overlay, zoning code amendment to provide development standards for private educational facility, site plan and architectural review for the development of the site and an off-site loading zone, special use permit for a private educational facility in R1B, and substantial removal of a single-family residence, as well as an off-site parking facility. And lastly, site development planning application for the removal of major vegetation. This slide shows the proposed zoning reclassification. To accommodate the development of the Early Childhood Education Center, the applicant is proposing to rezone the site from R1B to R1B/Q8 overlay. The Q8 overlay was established to provide development standards that reflect the unique characteristic and operational needs of private educational facilities within residential district. It is important to note that the city has previously applied qualified overlay designation to other private educational institutions, including St. Matthew's Catholic Parish and School and Salle High School, and the existing Carey School adjacent to the site. Next, I would like to discuss the proposed zoning code amendments. This slide provides a comparison between the current R1B development standards and R1B/Q8 development standards. The items highlighted in red are the specific provisions the applicant is requesting as part of the code amendment under Q8 overlay. First, I'll start with the permitted uses. Educational facilities are allowed in R1B zoning district with a special use permit. The current code language for Q8 overlay aligns with this requirement and requires a special use permit for the proposed use. Next, off-site parking standard. Under R1B, an off-site parking facility must be located within 200 feet of a project site. The current language in the Q8 overlay allows for off-site parking facility within 1,000 feet of a project site. And finally, the last two items are the sections that the applicant proposes to add to the Q8 overlay. Parking location, R1B does not allow parking within the front or side setback. However, the applicant is proposing to modify the Q8 overlay to allow uncovered parking within front or side setback. And awning projection, R1B allows awning up to 8 feet in height to project into the rear yard setback. The applicant is proposing to increase this allowance under Q8 overlay to permit awnings up to 9 feet in height within the rear yard setback. Also, I wanted to add that the rest of the development standards for the site, including building height and building setback, are conforming to R1B zoning regulations, and a full analysis of the applicable zoning standards are provided in attachment 6. Going into more details of the site, the proposed development consists of a one-story building and includes 6 classrooms. Outdoor features include a play area and a teaching garden. And teaching garden is outlined here in yellow, which is situated on the south side of the building to minimize potential noise impact to the residences to the north. Vehicular access is provided via a one-way circular driveway from La Salle, and one loading zone is provided along the street frontage, which is marked here with the red arrow. Off-site loading is allowed through SPAR, or Site Plan and Architectural Review, by the approval of Public Works. And Public Works have reviewed this loading zone and approved the street width could adequately accommodate the proposed loading zone. The project removes 10 heritage trees and proposes installation of 20 new trees. Also, it is important to note that the private creek, which is highlighted here in blue, runs along the southern border of the site, and the proposed building maintains an appropriate setback from the creek to avoid any significant impact. Here are the renderings of the proposed building. The architectural style is best categorized as contemporary and would match the design of the adjacent Carey School campus. Exterior materials include cement plaster, standing seam metal roofing, and a wood fencing. A special use permit is required for the following actions: establishment of a private educational facility within R1B zoning district, substantial removal of an existing single family, and use of an off-site parking facility. The proposed early childhood education center qualifies as a private educational facility, and it is similar to other educational facilities that were approved in R1B zoning district, and it is not expected to adversely affect the general health, safety, or welfare of the surrounding neighborhood. A traffic and parking evaluation memorandum for the project was prepared by the applicant's consultant, Kimberly Horn, and it was peer-reviewed by Public Works and City's traffic consultant, W Trans. Before discussing the details of the traffic analysis, it is important to clarify several items related to the assumption and methodology used in the evaluation. The applicant currently operates a preschool program at 3900 Alameda, Dallas Poclas, which is proposed to be relocated to the project site. Enrollment data shows that about 60% of the students have a sibling that attends the existing Carey school at one Carey lane adjacent to the project site. This means that there is at least 60% trip overlap between the proposed project and the existing Carey school site, which allows for carpool reduction. However, as a conservative approach, a 50% carpool reduction was applied to the analysis rather than 60. The trip generation analysis, as shown on this slide, was prepared with the 50% carpool reduction that I mentioned, and the project is expected to generate a net increase of 133 daily trips, including 28 net new trips during the AM peak hour, 27 net new trips during the school PM peak hour, and 27 net new trips during the PM peak hour. The project is screened out of vehicle miles traveled analysis pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, Guidelines Section 150643 under local serving retail and public service uses of 50,000 square feet or less. Schools and private educational facilities qualify as a local serving use, and therefore it is screened out of VMT analysis. Also, a level of service analysis was conducted for the nearest intersection to the site, which is West 20th and LaSalle Drive. With the 50% carpool reduction, it was concluded that the intersection will operate with level of service of C or better, which is an acceptable level of service for this intersection. Lastly, for queuing analysis, it was found that the project would not increase the queuing by more than one vehicle. And based on these findings, it is concluded that the project does not have an adverse impact on the local street system. As part of the traffic analysis, a parking and traffic operation plan was prepared for the project, and this plan includes 3 designated drop-off and pickup locations: Alameda de los Pocos, LaSalle Cul-de-sac, and the project parking lot. The operation plan incorporates staggered start and end times, requires a minimum of 5 traffic monitors, and ensures that staff escort the students safely to and from the building. The project requires 23 parking spaces per the zoning code parking standard, and the project provides 11 on-site parking spaces and proposes an off-site parking facility to meet the remaining required parking spaces. On-site parking will be used exclusively for student drop-off and pickup, while the off-site parking facility will serve staff members. The Carey School has an existing parking agreement with the nearby office park at 19,000 and 2,000 Alameda de los Pocos to provide 15 parking spaces for the Early Childhood Education Center. And as part of the parking analysis, the existing parking at 1900 and 2000 Alameda was evaluated. And based on the mix of uses, it was determined that the surplus parking is available to accommodate the 15 parking spaces for the proposed project. With the use of the off-site parking facility, the total parking provided for the project is 26 spaces, exceeding the required parking by 3 spaces. This project has been determined to be exempt from further environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, Guidelines Section 15061, subsection B3, Common Sense Exemption, and Section 15303, Small Structure Exemption. The proposed zoning reclassification and zoning overlay do not authorize physical development or ground disturbance on the site, and therefore they are exempt from CEQA under Common Sense Exemption. The development of the site involves the construction of a single-story, approximately 5,908 square feet building within an urbanized area on a site that allows for educational facility with a special use permit, and therefore it is exempt from further environmental analysis under Class 3 Small Structure Exemption. This project held held a neighborhood meeting on January 9, 2025, prior to submitting the planning application, and 31 neighbors attended the meeting and raised concern related to parking, traffic, and noise. For tonight's meeting, staff has completed all standard noticing procedures listed on this slide. And at the time that the staff report was published, we received comments both in support of the project and in opposition to the project. These comments are included in attachment 11. And also I want to mention that we received an additional comment letter after the packet was published. With that, the staff recommends that the Planning Commission make a recommendation to the City Council to adopt an ordinance to approve a zoning reclassification from R1B to R1B/Q8, and a zoning code amendment to provide development standards for an educational facility and find it exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15061, subsection B3, common sense exemption. And adopt a resolution to approve the planning application for the establishment and construction of an early childhood education center, subject to the findings for approval and conditions of approval, and find it exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303, small structure exemption. This concludes the staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have. Also, the applicant, Neely Norris, the head of the Carey School, is here and will be providing a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go ahead and have the applicant's presentation next?
Madam Chair, if I could just interject real quick, I did want to announce that we are having some technical difficulties streaming the presentation on Zoom and YouTube, but we are putting in a camera view, but just wanted to put that out there that our viewers online may have some difficulties viewing the presentation.
Hi, good evening. I know we're switching presentations, but my name is Neely Norris. I'm the head of school at the Carey School. I want to say thank you to the Commission for having us tonight, and I also want to say a very sincere thank you to Samin, Zach, Sang, the Planning Department. This is my first experience going through a planning application like this, and they were very accommodating and helpful along the way, so thank you. I'm just going to jump in. You'll see the slide in a moment.
Sorry, Neely, before you begin,
Oh, yeah.
the timer will be set for 15 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Right. We're really excited to share about our Early Childhood Center with you this evening. Before I jump into the bulk of the presentation, if you're here from Carey, if you could stand up. We have some students here. We have parents. Lots of people from our community. We have some educators here. And just want to say thank you to all of them for being here too. Okay. Does this have to be? My clicker's not working. I'm okay if you want to just advance it for me.
Oh, I can. Just let me know where to.
Oh, I don't know. All right. Carey has been part of the San Mateo community for many years. The school was founded in 1928 by James and Mary Carey. They first had the school in their home in San Mateo, then was in residence at the Clark family mansion in San Mateo, which I don't believe exists any longer, but it moved to its current site where we are now on the Alameda and what is now LaSalle Drive in 1955. And this is an image from right around that time where you can see Carey in that sort of U shape and Sarah next door, and not much else around it. And I learned this evening from Vice Chair Clafter that that area, before being home to two longstanding schools in the community, was actually a privately owned polo field owned by a family in San Mateo. So a little bit of history there. We are a mission-driven, nonprofit, independent school, and really our whole goal, we exist to serve families on the peninsula and really working with our youngest students from early childhood through 5th grade. We believe very deeply that where you're educated first matters most, and that our students get a strong foundation that they can take wherever they go next, both educationally and largely beyond that into the world. We currently serve 256 students on our main campus and 40 students at the preschool space that Samin mentioned at 3900 Alameda, where we rent space currently from Transfiguration Church, which has been a great partner to us for the last few years. We first moved our pre-K off campus during COVID when we were trying to create a bubble for our youngest students, and they had some different requirements than K-5 did. And we found that there was a real need in the community for growing our preschool program. And so we've been thinking about doing that ever since. 99% of our families live in San Mateo County, and just about half of our families live in San Mateo, the city of San Mateo. 13% of our students benefit from financial aid, and year to year, it's about 10 to 15% of our students that benefit from financial aid, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. Oh, it worked for me that time. This is our mission, and I won't spend long on this page, but it is really a statement that we live by. We read it all the time at our board meetings, at faculty meetings. We're constantly checking in with the decisions we're making, if they're helping us create a space that celebrates childhood. And those last 3 tenets, kindness, respect, and personal responsibility, have been important to the Carey School since its founding. Those were statements that were identified by the Carey family and that still hold true today for the work that we do. And now it's not working. Thank you. Community is a huge piece of what we do at Carey every day and what we find important. We really work to build community. We do that by communicating with our neighbors, by hosting our neighbors. We also work to partner with our community. This image here is a picture recently, just 2 weeks ago, our pre-K students visited Empowerment Through Action, which is a local nonprofit run out of Hillsdale High School. We have a partnership with Empowerment Through Action where we actually work with them through a service learning program from preschool all the way up through 5th grade. And these pre-K students were sorting produce that was going to be handed out through their peace pantry that day. And then we're also committed to supporting our community. I mentioned financial aid, and that commitment is something, one of the many ways we're committed to diversity at our school. Socioeconomic diversity and financial aid is really important to us. And our community focus is really what helped us identify the need for expanding our preschool. Thank you. Oh, there it went. I could go one back. That's perfect. Right? Oh, here we go. So in learning about our community's need for additional childcare and preschool, we learned, and the commission might be aware, that San Mateo County is currently only meeting 73% of the need for licensed childcare in the county, and that many families, especially those with children over 2, who are looking for high-quality school-based programming, but with daycare hours. And when we looked around, we realized that's what we provide, but to a relatively small number of children. We have a really strong, amazing preschool program, but we provide hours from 7:45 in the morning until 6 p.m. in the evening. which really allows for two-parent working households to have both their educational and their childcare needs met. We also realized that most private childcare programs are not able to offer financial assistance, where our model that goes all the way through fifth grade allows us to have a financial aid program, and that's something that we can start in our earliest grade and bring families into our school across the socioeconomic spectrum. And so we started pretty early on partnering with 4Cs and Build Up San Mateo to learn more about the childcare need and how we could develop a program that could help the needs of the community more. So what we are offering now to those 40 students and hope to offer to an additional 35 students is a program of really high quality play-based curriculum where students learn very early on the importance of social emotional learning, interacting with one another, and have those academic skills woven in so that they are ready for kindergarten, but they're also ready for life beyond elementary school. We have a full day program, 7:45 to 6, and we are committed to getting this program up and running quickly with the timeline that we're hoping to stay on now. We hope to open this project in fall of 2027 so that in the very near future, we'd be able to bring more childcare spots to San Mateo. And the other piece that I think is worth mentioning, there are some really amazing programs through the city and the county, grants that allow childcare programming to get support for both building and running their establishments. And this project is actually intended to be fully donor funded so that we will increase childcare spots in San Mateo, but reserve those funds for hopefully other childcare organizations to come in and increase spots as well with the help of those public grants. We knew as members of our community, Carey has been on the same site, like I mentioned, since 1955, and so we know we're part of a residential community. We interact with the neighbors every day. I'm out on duty every day and have interactions with the neighbors all the time. And so from the very jump with this project, we knew we needed to engage our neighbors. And we started by, Michelle Ryder, my director of finance, and I walked the neighborhood very early on and shared information with neighbors. We had the neighborhood meeting that Samin mentioned. We also had an additional neighborhood meeting in November, just recently, to share our approved traffic and parking plan after we'd received feedback from the city about it. We've also had numerous neighborhood meeting, individual neighborhood meetings, numerous email communications, and I have daily conversations with people on 20th and LaSalle. And I would say over, since January of last year, we've had over 50 touch points with our neighbors, and I'm happy to have many more. We know that this is a project that has impact on our neighbors, and so we're trying our best to be good neighbors through that while also still staying very committed to the project itself. As Samin also mentioned, the two main concerns we've heard from our neighbors are around parking and traffic. And so I wanted to speak a little bit about the work we've done to understand those two concerns a little bit more. We, as Samin mentioned, maintain a parking agreement at 2000 Alameda. Not only do we have those spots for our employee use on a daily basis, we also have a special event relationship so that anytime a family is choosing to come to Carey and walk their student in, we encourage them to park at 2000 Alameda and walk across the street with their child. We do daily monitoring on LaSalle, both at the Circle as well as on the corner of 20th and LaSalle. On the traffic concern side, you heard about our traffic study. We've also developed a drop-off and pickup plan that actually came out of COVID. We had an approved drop-off and pickup plan through our last entitlement process. And then part of the reopening process with COVID, we actually had to change that and stagger it further because of social distancing. And that traffic plan, was actually a better plan. It's the staggered nature of it, kept more cars off the street at the same time and really reduced congestion. And so we've maintained that and now have planned to add the Early Childhood Center into that plan. So we staff car line with administrators and teachers. We have really well-organized sibling drop-off and pickup so that there's not cars coming down the street multiple times unnecessarily. We stagger, like I mentioned, both in the morning and in the afternoon. And in addition to the sibling overlap that Samin mentioned, we also have about 50% of our students that stay for extended care into the evening. So when our school day ends, 2:45 at the preschool, 3 o'clock or 3:15, depending on the end of day for our K-5 students. About 50% of the students stay on between 3:30 and 6 o'clock, which obviously slowly staggers the leaving of students every day. This is just a quick glimpse. You saw a little bit of this before, of sort of the circulation that you see on LaSalle for drop-off and pickup, on the Alameda for drop-off and pickup, and then the proposed site for the Early Childhood Center in their parking lot. With that, I am going to introduce our architect, Michelle Huber, to just share a little bit more about the project in our remaining time.
2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be very quick. Hi. As Neely said, my name is Michelle Huber. I'm a principal at Studio Bondi Architecture, and the focus of our practice is designing for schools. That's almost primarily what we do, and the majority of those projects are located in residential neighborhoods. So our general approach in our designing our school projects is keeping in mind that there are 2 goals. One is to make sure that the design supports the program of the school, but also that the design is compatible with the neighborhood and the context of that neighborhood, and that we're very respectful of the privacy of those neighbors. For Carey Schools specifically, I know Simon described our site plan, but we are trying to make that balance between the school's goals and the neighbors' goals by designing the project both from a landscape perspective and a building perspective to be good neighbors. From the landscape perspective, we've designed what we consider a green buffer along the north property line, which is our immediate property line that we share with the neighbors. And we are proposing to plant a large quantity of trees along that property line to create a green buffer. And of the number of trees that we are planting, almost 50% of them are located along this property line to provide that green buffer. We're also retaining existing trees, in particular 4 mature redwood trees along the northeast corner of the site to continue that green buffer. We're also siting the building to create a spatial buffer, setting the building back as far as we can in terms of setbacks to give more space to our building next to the neighbors. Simon described the U-shaped building with the play area in the middle, and the goal here is orienting the building so the building itself acts as another buffer, and it provides a physical, visual separation and an acoustic separation from that play yard. I talked about wanting to be compatible with the character of the neighborhood. Our neighbors, as was described, are primarily 1- and 2-story stucco single-family residences, and then the 2-story apartment build complex across the street. So our proposed building design is a 1-story stucco building to be compatible with that character, and the intention is to be decidedly modest in scale so that we aren't a big presence, that we're trying to be small and contained. And our roof line is also intended to slope gently. It's not a steep slope, again, to kind of minimize the scale of the building. You can see on the left-hand side a wood fence, and as Neely mentioned, we had a chance to meet with the neighbors several times, and we actually got to speak directly with the neighbors who live in this residence. And we talked about the design of that fence, and the goal is to keep talking with them to make sure that we're designing a fence that is aesthetically pleasing, but also provides the privacy that would be important to them. I have one more slide to share, and this is an elevation of our north facade, and it's a view from our neighbor's property. So you're looking at the fence that would separate our property from theirs. And you can see the intention to be designing a fence that conceals a majority of our building. And the view that you see above that fence is a filtered view from a the tree canopy of the new trees that we're planting along that north elevation. So I hope I wasn't talking too fast, but the goal and our intention is really to be good neighbors and to design the building so that it's compatible. And I'll end by thanking you very much for your time and for your consideration. Like I said, this is what I do all day, and it's really rewarding to work with a client like the Carey School who is clearly doing amazing things. And it's exciting to know that we're part of a project that is going to give our youngest community members a good start and an exciting place to learn. So we're all here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll go ahead and open public comment for this item. Members of the public wishing to comment on this item should submit a yellow speaker slip now if they are in person, or raise their hand if they are participating remotely.
Through the chair, we have 4 public commenters in person. We will begin with Timothy, followed by Patrick, Aaron, and Mark.
Do we have any remote commenters?
There are 0 remote commenters at this time.
Okay, great. So given the total of 4 public commenters, I think our guidelines allow for up to 3 minutes for each comment. Thank you.
Timothy, if you'd like to come up, I'll set the timer for 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when to speak.
Right when the fire alarm went off, so that's good. Cool. If you don't mind. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Timothy Wong, and I'm a San Mateo resident and parent of 2 young children, one of whom just started at Carey just a few months back. I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for Carey's proposed early childhood center. My wife and I moved to San Mateo back in 2018, and we lived right near Carey at Abbott Middle School. And we loved the neighborhood so much we moved about 10 blocks away, right next to Beresford Park. So literally right next door. We have a 4-year-old who's attending care right now and a 1.5-year-old daughter. As full-time working parents who have gone through the process of trying to find reliable, high-quality childcare in San Mateo, I'm sure you all know, and I can tell you that it's incredibly challenging. Nearly every family I know has faced some of the same hurdles around long wait lists, limited availability, and shortage of programs, especially for true kind of full-day coverage. This project for us is a rare and much-needed solution. Carey's Early Childhood Center would add, as you can see here, 75 new childcare spaces for ages 2 to 5, daily programming, which we use as a family from 7:45 to 6 p.m. That schedule alone makes an enormous difference for parents like us. We're balancing careers and young kids. What's more, Carey has thoughtfully included fully subsidized spots so that families of all backgrounds can access high-quality early education. That's a meaningful commitment to equity and community, and it reflects Carey's long-standing role here in San Mateo as a school that is of the community and for the community. I believe this project is a concrete way to make our city more family-friendly, to support early learning, and to help young families stay here and thrive. As a parent, I see this not only as an investment in education, but as an investment in the future of our community. Thank you much for your time, for your service, and for considering this project.
Thank you, Timothy.
Through the chair, we'll have Patrick go ahead and come up to speak.
All right, let me be the bummer. Good evening, commissioners. I'm asking you to reconsider assumptions underlying the approval of the Carey School proposal expansion. Specifically, the conclusion that it serves the local community and that 50% ride share requirement will adequately mitigate increased traffic. Under the San Mateo Municipal Code, your findings must be based on substantial evidence in the record, not assumptions. Carey's own materials show the school draws families, excuse me, from a wide area across the peninsula and even into San Francisco. There's no evidence that an enrollment increase primarily benefits the surrounding neighborhood, thank you, or that most new families will live close enough to walk, bike, or meaningfully participate in carpools. Without that evidence, the required findings that the project minimizes detrimental impacts cannot be supported. The traffic analysis also relies heavily on achieving a 50% rideshare rate. Under CEQA, which I know you guys are saying it doesn't apply, mitigation measures must be feasible, enforceable, and supported by substantial evidence. A rideshare target is not valid unless the city and applicant can show aggregated anonymized zip code data for the current families, evidence that new families will live close enough for carpooling and be realistic, and monitoring and enforcement program with consequences for non-compliance. Without this information, the rideshare mitigation is speculative. I respectfully ask the Commission to require the applicant to provide actual evidence supporting the enrollment and transportation assumptions before final approval. This ensures your findings are legally defensible and consistent with both CEQA and San Mateo Municipal Code. I didn't think I'd be this nervous, anyhow. But that's my points, and thank you all for your listening to me. The other thing is Carey's a great school, but the communication hasn't been great always throughout, and I feel like some of the studies are superficial, especially things like the trees, as far as how many they're tearing down, and whether or not some of those are heritage trees. I haven't seen any sort of process as far as that goes too. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment, Patrick.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Erin Haugen. I live in San Mateo, and I've been here for over 10 years. I have 3 young children who all attend the Carey School. I work as an ICU nurse at San Mateo Medical Center, and I occasionally teach in the nursing school at College of San Mateo, which means my hours can be unique and unpredictable. I see firsthand just how critical, reliable, full-day early childhood care is for working families in our city. Several years ago, during the pandemic, we were urgently searching for an in-person pre-K program after our oldest child's preschool closed permanently. Like so many families, we faced long wait lists, limited options, and schedules that did not work for 2 working parents. It was incredibly stressful. And it's an experience we've heard echoed by fellow parents even outside of pandemic years. We were lucky when Carey had a spot available. To keep students safely in person, the school creatively moved its pre-K program off campus, like Neely mentioned, rented space at Peninsula Temple Bethel, and split the class into smaller groups. That created just enough capacity. And in a year full of uncertainty, the one bright spot for our family was how much our son loved what became affectionately known as Little Carey. Later, when our younger 2 children attended Little Carey at its temporary location at Transfiguration Church, we were once again reminded of what early childhood educational excellence looks like. Our family deeply believes that where you are educated first matters most, and Carey has upheld that philosophy while serving San Mateo children for nearly 100 years. Our experience at Little Carey over the past 6 years is one of the biggest reasons we believe so strongly in the Carey School's vision for an early childhood center. Little Carey deserves a permanent home. The proposed center would expand much-needed childcare capacity, add a dedicated 2-year-old class, and preserve Carey's full-day hours from 7:45 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for families like mine, these hours are not a luxury. They are what allow us to work, for me to care for patients in our city, and to know our children are safe, supported, and thriving. More young families in San Mateo deserve the chance to experience this stability and joy. On behalf of my family and as a longtime San Mateo resident, I urge you to support this project and help address one of the most pressing needs facing young families in our city. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Erin.
Through the chair, Mark, if you'd like to come up to speak.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for hearing from us tonight. My name's Mark Acton. I am a part of the Carey community. I also live in the neighborhood. I live on West 20th, right on the intersection of LaSalle. So I'm in a rare position where I'm also part of the community and in the neighborhood. And my family has been part of the Carey school community for many years now. One of my children is a Carey graduate, and the other is a current fourth grader. So I've seen firsthand the kind of care, integrity, and compassion this school brings to everything that it does. I'm here because the proposed preschool at 2033 LaSalle Drive isn't just a construction project. It's something that families in San Mateo desperately need. When our kids were younger, we struggled, like so many parents to find early quality childhood education close to our home. And the shortage is real, and it puts families in impossible situations. A preschool like this would have made a world of difference for us, and it will absolutely make a difference for families today and in the future in San Mateo. What gives me confidence in this project is not just the need, but the way Carey is approaching it with humility, transparency, and respect for neighbors, who are my neighbors as well. They're voluntary, doing traffic and noise studies, committing to staggered drop-off times, staff monitoring, and sound mitigation design. They've opened direct lines of communication and are inviting neighbors to campus to talk, listen, and collaborate, and that's who the Carey School is. This preschool aligns with San Mateo's own goals around expanding child care, but more importantly, it strengthens the fabric of our community. It gives working families, like my wife and I, stability, it gives the kids an excellent, strong start in life, and it gives our city something to be proud of. I respectfully ask for your support, and thank you for your time and caring for the futures of families in San Mateo.
Thank you, Mark.
Through the chair, we have 4 additional public commenters. Peggy, if you'd like to come up.
I have to say, first of all, that I'm not used to speaking like this, so I'm rather nervous, but I thank you all for listening for the little bit I had to say and the little effect that I can have on this whole situation. My name is Peggy Karp, and I live at 2001 Alameda, Unit 170, which is in the multi-unit complex. We live on the one closest to Carey School. Carey School has been a wonderful neighbor in many ways, but this project, in our estimation, just does not work. I've been here 13 years, and in the 13 years, we've seen Carey School expand at least once. One time about 3 to 4 years ago, which created terrific traffic problems during the construction and has continued to give us problems. The condominium complex itself, I must say, is over-designed and overpopulated and has always created parking problems for all the residents. It was not designed to accommodate all the people who had cars, certainly not for 2-car parking spaces. So we constantly battle trying to solve our problem, and it has only increased with all the new construction. If you consider the properties along Alameda, if you consider the feeder streets, from between El Camino and Alameda. If you consider Surah School, it's really creating a terrible problem. I was a first grade teacher myself, and I know that when you have and a parent, and when you have preschoolers and kindergarten children, especially in the first couple months, they are still very attached to their parents, rightly so, and they do not want to separate. They also are are in car seats, which are cumbersome in terms of getting the child quickly in and out of the seat. And again, we have a traffic problem. The school will be starting at 7:45 in the morning, so that we will have construction noise from 7:45 on. We just finished the construction problem of the new house currently on the corner of 20th and Alameda. Environmentally, it will also be a problem. We will be losing a lot of birds. And I think I'm just going to complete my statement here and tell you that I hope you will consider the neighbors. And I know it's going to be difficult to do so, but I think there should be some allowances made that make having Carey's new addition satisfying our needs, which is for quiet and good community, not to mention the values of our properties, which will be dropping because of the change.
Thank you for your
in
comment,
zoning.
Peggy.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Our next public speaker is Georgette.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My first question is, what's the time limit here? Is it 3 minutes? Yes. Oh, my God. Okay. It's been a long time since maybe not that long. I wouldn't know where to begin other than, okay. My husband and I moved out to 447 22nd Avenue in 1968. Battles began way back when with Sarah High School. We thought we had problems then, and we have more or less of an amicable relationship with them now, but it was fought very hard. There was a movement started by the community several times over. And actually, it goes back to 1979 for me. So that, we worked out a special use permit. Unfortunately, that hasn't helped any because all the activities increased, the traffic increased. But what's really interesting is this. When I kept hearing that, the school was there first, I'm going to tie this into Carey in a minute. And no, it wasn't. I researched the records and found the notes of the planning department, I believe it was 1954. And then there were 5 planners, commissioners. 2 of them voted against the school being established there, and 3 of them did not. What the 2 were concerned about was traffic. Can you imagine this back in 1954, that there could be an increase in traffic, the quality of life? Well, they did have foresight. The others did not. It has become a nightmare in our neighborhood. I leave, well, that's not going to leave me much, to go pick up my grandchildren at Burlingame, even Aragon, and I can't get through. It would be disastrous to have this increased traffic, and believe me, it will bring about increased traffic. Everything's backed up anyway on 22nd, El Camino, Alameda. It would be the biggest, I would say, catastrophe, traffic-wise, and for the community in that area. You got to find somewhere else, and it can be done. So I'm sorry, I would urge you not to approve the project at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Georgette.
Jason, if you could come to the mic, please.
Hello, everybody. My name's Jason Cruz, and this is my beautiful wife, Rosie Cruz, and we live in the house that Carey School is planning to do this school in. We have been residents of San Mateo for 30 years. We've lived next door to the Carey School for 21 years. We have 3 children that have gone through Carey and our alumni, and 1 student that graduated through Sarah High School. So I think if there's an expert here that can tell you how great Carey School is, it's right here. So we've had nothing but fantastic memories with Carey School, and our children have been impacted for the rest of their lives because of the education that they received at the Carey School. I hear a lot of naysayers of the neighborhood, much older residents that have been there for a long time that complain about parking, and I've seen that this year that the parking and the traffic flow has been better than it ever has been before, now that they've implemented a few other programs. And so traffic's going in and out smoothly. We want our home to go to the Carey School so that they can impact many other families' lives as well, like they have ours. So that was been our hope and dreams, that if we're gonna give up our house, which is fantastic house, fantastic property in a fantastic city, great county, we want it to go to do good. And we think that the Carey School is definitely the one to have that. I think that all the problems that you'll hear from residents that live in a condominium complex that really are not even affected because they don't work, they don't leave their apartments during the day, they don't go into traffic, they don't even have cars, I think, some of them. But a lot of them are naysayers because I think they're just concerned about the neighborhood being more congested. But I think Carey School has done a great job in mitigating the additional traffic or even their existing traffic. And I think that this project will increase the quality of life in the neighborhood than it already has been. So I thank you for your time. I'll be the shortest one talking here. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment, Jason.
Our final speaker is David.
Hello. So I'm David Sigmund. My wife is Stasha Zlatar, and we're longtime residents of San Mateo and parents to 2 children at the Carey School. I have a kindergartner and a 2nd grader, both of whom attended the preschool program at Carey. So we're strongly in support of the Early Childhood Learning Center next door to the current campus on LaSalle, and we're asking the Planning Commission and City Council to approve this very important effort. San Mateo has a childcare crisis, and I remember vividly how panicked we were when our oldest was born, and we realized how limited quality childcare options were in our area. We were on wait lists for months, and in most cases didn't come off those wait lists. The opportunity to add 35 preschool spots with daycare coverage hours is hugely valuable on its own merits to help address this crisis. The ability to do so at a school that provides the exceptional caliber of teaching and the care that the Carey School offers should be a no-brainer. Because of the pandemic and the child care issues that we faced during that time, our family experienced multiple daycare and preschool environments for our oldest, and we finally landed at the Carey School for a pre-K. Our experience was incomparable to the prior schools. The quality of the teachers, the thoughtfulness of the curriculum, the engagement of the community all contribute to developing young learners who will be excellent citizens to the city. Carey teaches students to care about others and to understand that our choices and actions affect everyone. It's our responsibility as adults to model that same behavior as we shape our community. We understand that this project could be seen as disruptive to the neighbors of the Carey School, and we acknowledge that concern. However, we maintain that the benefits of the project far outweigh the challenges, and we politely ask, if not here, then where? There will never be an ideal location, and that has hindered the city's ability to increase high-quality childcare options to its residents. Additionally, the ability to bring the school together in one location reduces traffic congestion, vehicle emissions from parents who have to drive between the two locations. I know this firsthand, many times up and down Alameda. Finally, as involved parents in this community, we've seen firsthand how conscientious the school is about maintaining orderly driving and parking logistics on LaSalle and Alameda. We regularly receive reminders from school administration, and we know other parents to be equally concerned with following the rules, respect local residents. We're confident that the school will do everything in its power to minimize disruption, maintain positive relations. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment, David. And that is our final comment?
Yes.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and close the public comment for this item. Next are clarifying questions from the Planning Commission. So I will look to my fellow commissioners. Does anyone have clarifying questions?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Williams, you're up first.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Let's see, a lot of my questions were answered, but I wanted to also note that I visited the site this week and walked the cul-de-sac and the Alameda de los Pulgas connection between the cul-de-sac and the street. So my first question, maybe I should move it. My first question is, there's a bus stop at Alameda de los Pulgas that says it's no longer in service. And I'm wondering, do we know, is that a long-term decision or it's at that drop-off area? There's a sign that says it's no longer in service.
I believe they moved it just down Alameda, right on the other side of 20th, which was a permanent location.
Oh, yeah.
They had temporarily moved it to the cutout, the white zone on Alameda by Carey, while they were refurbishing that permanent structure.
Okay,
And
good.
the sign was just never removed when they moved it back to the permanent spot.
Okay, yeah, it looked like an old sign, actually. And I see that there is a, drop-off zone there. And I was hoping that a bus stop wasn't going to move back there. So, yeah, that makes sense. The sign looked old. I also thought that it might help if my second question is about the process. I thought it might help if we could just reiterate what the process is for my benefit and others. Because there were questions about trees and heritage trees and, various things as part of the design of the site design and the building design. But at this point, please confirm for me, staff, that we are at this point making a recommendation to City Council. It would still need to come back to Planning Commission for SPAR and other design discussions?
To answer your question, the Plan Commission is making a recommendation to the City Council, and because the City Council will be the decision body for the Q8 overlay, they will also be the decision body for the rest of the.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so will there be an opportunity to address more detail of the design if needed? At the City Council, I mean?
Yes.
Okay. So just to kind of clarify, that's what we're doing tonight. No, we're simply making a recommendation, so then it would move on to City Council. Okay.
Through the chair, just to provide further clarification, the Planning Commission is considering the full application packet tonight, so it is the zoning code amendment for the overlay, but then also the SPAR and the site development permit. So you are making a recommendation, but this would be your primary opportunity to address all of the site design as well as the code amendment.
I think what you were asking, if I may interject, is will this come back to the Planning Commission? And I believe the answer to that is no. This is the Planning Commission's only opportunity to see this item.
Okay, thanks. But also my question was, does the applicant is there another opportunity to address anything of the project at the City Council level?
Yes, they have final decision-making authority, so yeah, all the issues discussed here could be reviewed and considered at the City Council as well.
Okay. All right. Let's see, what else did I? Well, I have a couple design questions then. Minor one, but I think that when you are looking at the front of the building, a parent and child would enter through the gate on the far left or north side of the building, right? In order to enter. Which then goes to the courtyard? That's right. Okay, not through like the office, for instance, because I didn't see a connection to all the rooms.
There's an opportunity to go through the main office, but there's probably the primary entry for parents and children through the gate into the courtyard, and then classrooms are
Okay.
accessed directly from the courtyard.
Okay, oh, that makes more sense than what I was thinking. Okay, so it would really be to the south into the courtyard. Thank you for that. I guess that's the main thing. Let me just see. I mean, I think we've covered, I had a question about monitoring and enforcing the traffic plan, and there's a lot of detailed information in the packet. And, you know, a lot of, I get, you know, I hear that there's a lot of effort on the part of the Carey School as well. So my question is, should or can this be incorporated as a condition of approval? How does that, or is it already essentially a condition of approval?
Is there something specific you're looking to add as a condition of approval? The commission could ultimately, with majority vote, make a recommendation if there's additional conditions that you are interested in seeing as part of this approval.
I'll find the information in the packet, and we can talk about that later, I guess. Okay, those are all my questions.
Any other commissioners have clarifying questions?
Yes. Can you, to the extent you know, can you talk about like the practical realities on the ground with respect to how folks exit from that condo complex? It's just the one entrance and exit from that complex on the corner. Are they, I just looking at the map, it's like that left-hand turn seems like impossible out of the complex. I'm curious.
Condo.
The condo,
specifically.
yeah.
So the condos on LaSalle that are closest to Carey has that one driveway, yes, that's on 20th itself, and they can turn left or right from that driveway there.
Okay.
Yes.
And then on LaSalle, I understood from some of the public comments we received before the meeting and now that maybe there's a lot of folks from the condos who park on LaSalle, even though they don't live, they're not the driveways on LaSalle.
Yes, so to Peggy's point, I believe, I think each of the condo units has just one assigned parking spot within their complex lot. And so any unit that has more than one car associated with it uses street parking, I believe.
Did you all consider not having any kind of drop off on LaSalle and just having the extra 15 or 20 kids who aren't siblings be dropped off at the little inlet on Alameda?
So the Alameda, well, what we found, and Mike, our traffic engineer, might be able to speak to this better than me, but what we found is that Alameda is also a thoroughfare in the morning. Obviously, there's a corridor of schools and businesses along that route and access to 92. And so by segmenting our population, Alameda and in the LaSalle Circle, it helps kind of keep everything flowing from what we found. And we also try to keep our youngest students not entering and exiting cars unless they have older siblings on the Alameda, because it is a little bit busier of a street. So it feels like LaSalle offers some protection, and certainly the Early Childhood Center's parking lot will offer even more protection from any additional traffic.
So in the morning on Alameda going north where the drop off is that usually pretty backed up down Alameda? Now, in present day?
No, no. There is a period of time that Alameda's busy, but yeah,
It's not like a long.
Yeah.
In my neighborhood where there's a school, there's like a very long line of cars all the time. I'm just curious. Like.
Yeah, I mean, Alameda is busy. It is most busy from like 8 to 8:15 in the morning. It's a relatively short period of time. Yeah, and we have, though, really limited the cars that we have coming down LaSalle. So we stagger both in times and grade levels, where they have designated drop-off spots and pickup spots. And we have the fewest grade levels using LaSalle for that reason, to keep more of our drop-off and pickup on Alameda, but then have our youngest kids dropped off and picked up in LaSalle.
Under the current structure of the school, are there kids being dropped off on LaSalle or not, just under the proposal?
Yes, no, our current structure has students dropped off on LaSalle and on Alameda, and that would continue, and then we'd weave in the preschool.
Okay, I hadn't internalized that. Okay. On the
It's confusing.
on the subsidized seats or enrollment seats, I saw the range between 10 and 15%.
Yeah.
Is that a part of the school's like mandate? Is that built in anywhere that you're required to have a minimum number of subsidized seats, or is that just a goal and you all try to meet it every year?
It is, so we have no mandate we take no federal or state funding. So we don't get any mandates from anyone but those that we create ourselves, and our accreditation procedures through the California Association of Independent Schools, and then WASC, the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. So there's no mandate that requires that, but that's something that we've held to, and our board of trustees, which governs our school, votes every year to establish our tuition as well as our rate of financial aid. And so that number is really monitored by our board and as our fiduciaries, and then we, as an administration, are bound to meet those goals every year.
And is that goal structured by number of students, or is it a certain amount of financial aid?
It's a percentage of our operating budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Can I, to the chair, may I add
Yes.
something? The questions about drop-off made me want to clarify, with a 2 or 3-year-old preschool child, the parent is parking and walking them into the classroom or into the school and picking them up in the same manner at the end of the day. The child's not walking by themselves. And so are those parents parking across Alameda at the larger parking lot?
So it's a great question. We actually run a car line now. We don't have a 2-year-old program currently, but we have a 3-year-old program. And we do car line every afternoon with those students. And so what we found is when we adequately staff it so that there's escorts kind of bringing kids from their car into their classrooms, kids actually will participate in drop-off and pickup. But that's also why we will reserve the 11 spaces in the Early Childhood Center's parking lot for parent drop-off and pickup, so that if a parent wants to park and walk in, they'll have those 11 spaces open to them all the time. And then additional parking is available across the street at 2000 Alameda as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I would add, sorry, we also see when we have siblings arriving together that also helps significantly. So because so many of our preschool students often have older siblings on the main campus, it is much easier to get those little ones out of the car. They hop right out when they're with their 3rd or 4th grade sibling. Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had some questions on that topic. I'm looking at your traffic management plan. Maybe I've been too close. So I'm have some little hypotheticals here. So let's say you have a 3rd grader, and in this chart here, they're starting at 8:15, and their location for drop-off would be Alameda. And then they have a pre-K sibling, and that designated spot would normally be the parking lot, the new parking lot proposed. And then I see a note here saying that it says if you have more than one child in the school, please use the designated spot for the oldest child. So then the question is the pre-K student going to exit on Alameda with is that the plan? They would exit on Alameda with their.
Yes, yeah, and as noted in the plan as well, we'll have escorts available so that they'll hop out with their older sibling at 8:15 on the Alameda, and there'll be an adult there to walk them to the Early Childhood Center, where they will then be escorted into the building.
Okay, so yeah, so there's a plan to escort the smallest kids
Yes.
over to there. So then from that, I was looking at the diagram in the traffic management plan, and I noticed something that differed from the project plans a little bit, which is that in the early childhood center drop-off pickup diagram on like page 5 here, it actually shows a pathway sort of on the south edge of the parking lot, connecting the sidewalk to or maybe I'm seeing that?
It kind of looks like a pathway. It's not an official pathway.
Okay, so there's not planned to be because in the plans, it's just a planted bed along that edge there?
Right.
Okay.
Sorry.
The official pathway.
I'm sorry, through the chair, could all commissioners check their laptops and make sure that you are muted on your laptop? There is some feedback that one of the microphones is receiving. Thank you.
That is me.
It's technically an easement right there, I think is the correct term for it. The Public Works needs to maintain access to the private creek. And so that's why it kind of looks like just an undeveloped space, because it is an easement space.
Okay. And then I also stopped by, I think on Monday, someone spotted me, just to take a look. I actually live over in the neighborhood near 26th Avenue, so I just stopped by there on the way home the other day. I was taking a look around. I did see a comment in one of the letters that we received about some parking signs. I was curious about that because I noticed a no parking sign on the fence, attached to the fence in Alameda, and then there was another no parking sign with certain hours on the lamppost on the cul-de-sac at LaSalle. I wasn't sure, are those official city signs or were those placed by the school?
I believe those were placed by the school. It predated me, but yeah. And as you'll note, though, on the Alameda, on our parking plan, we have a notation that there's no parking on the Alameda. It's between the fire hydrant that's there and the white zone to allow for safe kind of pulling in of cars into that white zone. And that was approved by, or as part of our parking and traffic plan with Public Works.
Okay.
Yeah, and the signs, yeah, like I said, they predated me, but I believe they are mostly intended for our Carey families, so that we keep that area clear and safe for parking. As you'll note, if you walk the street with any frequency, there are often neighbors parked there as needed.
Okay. And then actually also, it just occurred to me, so you have the LaSalle drop-off, and then you have people also would be pulling into this parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
And have you been giving a thought about how those two groups are going to are they just going to queue together? Is that the idea?
Yeah, it'll move as one group, but it'll be a staggered time frame. So the LaSalle Circle will be in use until 8:30, and then the early childhood drop-off begins at 8:30. So they will follow that same pathway, but they won't double the queue.
So the early childhood drop-off, but if they have an older sibling and they're starting at 8:15, there will be
It would be either in the Circle or on Alameda.
And
they
they'll-
won't go into the early
and
childhood.
there's somewhere they can enter the facility and just sort of hang out until start
Exactly.
time.
We have care beginning at 7:45 each morning. Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess this question may be more for staff. When there was a traffic study done of the intersection at LaSalle and 20th, but was there not a requirement to look at 20th and Alameda? Was that just not because that was not directly?
Through the chair, per our traffic guidelines, only the nearest intersection to the project site was required to be studied. So that was 20th and LaSalle.
Okay, I think those are all my questions for the moment.
Thank you. I also have questions about the drop-off process. So I was actually wondering, I think it may have been in the staff presentation. I know it's in the project plans. There's a diagram that shows all of the numbered drop-off spots, and I was wondering if we could have that up. It's the 3 on LaSalle Circle. Well, I think there's 5 on LaSalle Circle and 3 on Alameda de las Pulgas. And I was wondering if there's a diagram that shows all of them that we could look at. I'm pretty sure there's one either in the traffic analysis or the project plans.
No.
That's the best. Page 3.
Is it page 3 of the traffic analysis? Is that what you said? Yes, although I feel like I've seen a diagram where it's got the Alameda drop off.
Wasn't it a site plan?
I thought it was a satellite image, but maybe I'm conflating the two.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it during the presentation. Is that it? Oh, it's gone.
Is it you?
It is, sorry.
It was there.
Yes, it's this one. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because there's the 6
Yes,
at the top.
that's right. Okay, so I'm very familiar with school drop-off lines, and so I'm one of the rare ones where the younger kid will get out of the car much faster than the older kid, and it's the older kid that needs help. Okay, but there's also one drop-off spot on Alameda de las Pulgas, is that right? Or is there more than one on Alameda de las Pulgas?
There's one required monitor there.
Okay.
And there's also then the runners that will, the escorts that will take the little kids. But so there's one required monitor on Alameda, 4 on the LaSalle Circle. And then the 6th that you see out there is not a drop-off pickup location, but it's a administrative monitor who's posted there.
And then there will be 3 more monitors?
Indeed, during the time period that there will be drop-off and pickup happening in the Early Childhood Center.
Perfect.
Parking lot. Yes.
So my experience with drop-off lines, the way it runs at my kid's school, is that you've got administrative officials out there who are very actively monitoring the situation and then encouraging the drivers of the cars to pull forward when possible so that people aren't just sort of randomly pulling over and stopping, but anytime there's a gap, especially if you're waiting for a kid to come out of the school and get in the car, it's like pull up, pull up, pull up, get everyone in as fast as possible. So my specific question is, and I think this is because I'm trying to both coordinate the drop-off times, the staggered drop-off times with the monitor locations. I'm imagining a parent who is going to drop off at the Early Childhood Education Center. They're going to pull into that parking lot. And my question is, do they have to go through the full circle and wait for all of the cars that are dropping off at 1 through 4 to move, or can they hang a left straight into the parking lot?
It's a great question. So the time is staggered such that they will come all the way through the circle, but there will not be cars there doing drop-off and pickup if they're doing early childhood drop-off. So in the mornings, the circle will be used until it's like right after 8:15, 8:20. And then if you do not have an older sibling, the early childhood center students won't get dropped off until 8:30 in the early childhood parking lot. And the same is true in reverse in the afternoon, where the youngest kids get picked up first before car line starts for the older kids on LaSalle. So that, because we didn't feel like, although that quick left into the first driveway of the parking lot would be more efficient, it felt unsafe. Cars coming and going and queuing. And so we went for a safer stagger so that we could spread it all out and use each space sort of in its own time period so that we don't increase the queue.
Yeah, and you have staggered drop-offs now, correct?
We do. We have staggered pickup, and then drop-off is staggered in the morning primarily by the use of the 7:45 early drop-off. But we'll have a further staggered drop-off when we add the early childhood center.
Got it.
In the morning.
Do you find that parents or whoever is guardians that are picking up the kids adhere to those staggered windows? Or do you find that some people kind of come a little bit earlier, maybe are running a little bit late?
They adhere to them because we require them
Okay.
to. No, see that number 6 out there? I'm out there every afternoon, and I know every parent and guardian, babysitter, and yes, we give people feedback. If
Okay, great.
they don't.
So does my school, but it doesn't always work. So that's
No,
why
I mean,
was
like,
asking.
can we control every single person in every moment? No. And, are there special circumstances where people, yes.
I guess what I was really trying to get at is how likely is it that the circle is clear when you're doing the early childhood drop-offs? And it seems like pretty likely. Okay.
And our school day officially for K through 5 starts at 8:15. So by 8:20, even like people late to school are at school.
Yeah. Okay, great.
And the kids are pretty motivated to be there, and so I think they're the ones dragging their parents to be on time.
That was my only question. Just trying to understand the drop-off line process. Do we have any additional questions from my fellow commissioners?
No, the thing I was wondering about, I found it, and it's in the conditions of approval, so.
Okay, great. Commissioner Clafter?
Yes, I, still on the subject of pickups now. So then picking up, if you have a student in the new proposed facility and then you have an older sibling, is it still going to default to the pickup site for the older sibling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there'll be extended care that starts right when the early childhood technical day ends, and then we'll have coordination so that students whose siblings are leaving for Carline will be brought out to Carline and matched with their sibling and then picked up at the designated pickup spot for the older sibling.
Would you anticipate group activities where the younger students would be gathering with the older students at any time? Obviously, that's not something that you're necessarily doing right now because you have 2 separate facilities in 2 different locations.
Yeah.
Is that something that you might anticipate?
Well, I don't know about large-scale gatherings, but I think we have a buddy program now where like our kindergarten's matched up with 3rd graders and our 1st grade's matched up with 4th graders. I could see that extending down to the preschool, so class by class grouping, so that
Might be going back and forth at times.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, in small groups certainly, and adults certainly.
Yes.
We'll walk back and forth. Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, I keep thinking of things. So, what about, open house night or something? Are parents encouraged to park across Alameda de los Pulgas? 'Cause that's the only place they can park.
Yes, yeah, and we maintain a special events use agreement with 2000 Alameda as well for use after hours and during the school day for special events.
Thank you.
Any final questions? Nope. All right. Then I suggest that we move on to deliberation. Do any of my fellow commissioners have comments?
Yeah, I can go first. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Simon and the staff for all the hard work. It was a really, really detailed, thorough packet and project, and super accessible. So thanks for that. Clearly, the Carey School's such a great community. I mean, it's obvious by the number of people here and the comments. Really clearly exceptional head of school. Thank you for coming and giving your presentation. I had an opportunity also to watch the recording of the January meeting with the neighbors, and thought you handled yourself very admirably there as well. So I do have a lot of empathy for the neighbors who are here today. I mentioned during my questions that I live literally right next to a school. And I was thinking about, so I have a backdoor neighbor and then the school. And I was thinking about what if my backdoor neighbor's house was raised and then a preschool was put there. And my wife and I had several conversations about it because she has her own perspectives. I do have a lot of empathy. It is very noisy. I work from home several days a week, so even the people here who are retirees, I think I can see why it could be a meaningful impact on your day-to-day lives, and so I definitely empathize with that. Including the traffic. In order to exit my neighborhood, I either have to go by the school behind me or I have to go by a different school, and I can't otherwise exit. So that's a pain point as well. So I definitely recognize that. But I think ultimately I'm in the same boat as the commenter who said, if not here, where? I mean, this really feels like a kind of ideal location for a preschool, particularly one that is tied so closely to the school right next to it. I also think, one thing I haven't heard mentioned, but that would be important to me is there's already a large school right there, so I'm guessing it's already kind of noisy. I'm talking about Sarah High School, so there's no doubt that little kids running around are also going to bring their own noise, but I think this does seem like the Cruises lot seems like a really excellent location, and that the school has seemingly done all they can to mitigate the impact, although there's no doubt there will be impact. I also, really agree that childcare is a paramount need, both in our county and in our city. I think having more childcare seats it provides opportunity for particularly women to work, to be in the workplace, especially at a great school like this, where there's both all-day care and schooling while getting the daycare. So I read some comments that were concerned about it not serving the local community. From what I heard from Ms. Neely's presentation, 50% of families in San Mateo, 99% in San Mateo County. So in my opinion, this is the exact type of project to be looking for to increase childcare in the city. I was looking also at the design, and I didn't hear any negative comments about the design of the building or the efforts that were taken to mitigate the noise impact. I think the design looks great. Not an area of expertise of mine, but I do appreciate the acoustic barrier concerns. It's kind of similar to the school behind me. Like, it's the school, and then kind of behind it is the play area. What else? I guess one thing is I didn't know the school's 3 tenets: the kindness, respect, and personal responsibility. I really love that. I would encourage all the parents who are here today to remember that when you are running late and you are in the carpool line and you want to park illegally and you want to, do things that are convenient for you, to just continue to remember the neighbors who are also dealing with, maybe pause and let them turn left on what seems like a very difficult left-hand turn out of their apartment complex. I would be interested in exploring the notion of a condition for approval that requires a 10% subsidized enrollment for students at the school. I don't know if we're allowed to do that, but to me, particularly affordable childcare is important. I guess that's a question for the team here, and if interested, the staff. That would be my only kind of question, is whether we could make sure that there are, affordable seats mandated here. Yeah. If the answer is no, it's fine.
I think that's an aspirational goal, but I don't think the city has the power to enforce that because there's no nexus to the project.
Okay. I would strongly encourage that you mandate it yourself. And then I asked staff beforehand about signage, and it sounds like the only city signage is reduced speeds on Alameda. And I guess I don't have a perspective on whether this should be any kind of prohibition or anything, but I think more signage indicating that there's gonna be very young children here, that it's a school zone would be obviously really important. Yeah, those are my general comments.
Commissioner Klafter?
Yes, through the chair, happy to go next. Yeah, so I've lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years over on 26th Avenue. And then, of course, now that I'm driving around myself for a long time, obviously, I go by the school pretty much anytime I'm going north, and walking by there, driving by there. Anecdotally, I've definitely encountered traffic over the years, and there was a comment about it maybe being a little better, and obviously that it hasn't been. I was curious about whether or not that the intersection of 20th and Alameda had any study, because we didn't see anything, and so I kind of wish it had, because I think that's always been a spot where things tend to back up, and that's just a function of peak hours and not any one source. But I think that that's something that, probably the neighborhood, if you were to ask anyone in the neighborhood, they say, well, what's the intersection that's really, causes a lot of challenges? It's 20th and Alameda. And again, anecdotally, I've observed that it almost seems like the signal timing on the light there could maybe use a little improvement. And I'm wondering if that's something that Public Works could look at. Because sometimes it feels like the office park gets the priority, and the traffic going north-south does not. Is that something that we could ask Public Works to take a look at?
We can definitely share that feedback with Public Works.
Yeah. Also, I had asked about the signs, because again, I'm thinking like, if this project, I think this project, has a lot of, does have some benefits. So, if it's something that moves forward, and these no parking signs can help, again, sort of smooth things out, keep things moving, keep parents efficiently moving forward and everything like that. Is that something that we could potentially have Public Works look into making official? Because I know I go downtown here at St. Matthews. They have some similar concerns on the street there, where they have signs right now, official city signs, which basically forbid parking during pickup and drop-off hours. Is that something that might be possible?
We do have a Public Works staff member here. I do know that there are official ordinances and other things required for the way we regulate parking, so I don't know that we could be that specific with the parking controls in this area, but I'll look to see if our Public Works staff has any input on that comment.
Okay, yeah. I had all these questions earlier about the, yes.
We do have our Public Works member, John Thompson, online.
He has his hand.
Hello. Yeah, my name is John. I'm with Public Works. To answer your question, were you asking about along LaSalle having no parking signs, or along Alameda?
Well, it seems like there might be some benefit to have sort of a timed zone on Alameda potentially, and then also on just on the curve of the cul-de-sac on LaSalle.
I see. Yeah, we can look into putting up possible signage around the cul-de-sac. The existing signage along Alameda, there are no parking signs past like the white loading drop-off zone in front of alongside Alameda, but that white curb marking is in fact like seen as a passenger loading zone, which has time limits. And with the proposed project, we do have a off-site loading zone that would be striped with a similar white curb marking to signal it as a loading zone. But along the cul-de-sac, I believe we would just keep it non-restricted as just access to public street parking.
And is the signal timing?
I'm going to interrupt and say that we have a comment from.
Yes.
Through the chair, just one other consideration. When you do customized parking limitations, that requires enforcement because with that sign comes expectations. So that would be also a factor that we would need to consider. Does the city have resources to enforce that? Because if we're establishing specific time limits, there would need to be city resources that enforce it if those are city signs that go up.
And just to build on that, as a reminder, the Planning Commission is making a recommendation to the City Council. So would you want us to note in the kind of an advisory request in the staff report, or
Yes.
the commission should kind of determine what weight this should carry?
I think I might be interested in making a recommendation to the council to ask Public Works to look into some of these, like the signal timing on that intersection there, or just kind of the traffic flow on at Alameda and 20th during those peak periods, and then also potentially the signage.
The signal issue is not related to the project, correct? It's not on the project site? Is it, or is it, sorry?
So per our traffic guidelines, we can only limit the project traffic study to the nearest intersection to the project. And so basically, I don't think we can include the Alameda and 20th Avenue into the traffic scope for this project.
Okay.
And also, if I may add to the parking issue, so typically residential parking or parking for residential units are like they can park during the night, overnight, and the Carey School uses the street for for early morning and like afternoon for pickup. So they don't conflict usually because they're like offset hours that the both uses need the parking. So that's why they can like coexist together.
Okay. Thank you. I did have another comment, which I think is more directly about the project site. I had kind of asked the questions about the pickup and the drop-offs because I asked about this potential pathway that I thought I saw on the diagram because I was thinking about the logistics, and I do remember being a little child, and I remember being told to stay on the sidewalk, and I was looking at the layout of the parking lot, and I was looking at where these drop-off locations are along the cul-de-sac, and my immediate thought was that there's a term called desire paths. It's like, what's the shortest path between 2 points? And if I'm on the cul-de-sac, or if I'm coming from the main campus and I wanted to get to the new facility, I'm going to want to go along the south edge of that driveway there, and I don't see a sidewalk there. And so I'm sort of thinking to myself, okay, if I'm a little sibling and I'm going to meet my older sibling, I don't want to have to go through the actual driveway where the cars are coming in and turning and picking other people up. And so then the current pathway that's proposed is to go to the north edge, go along a pathway there, cross an active driveway, go along the sidewalk, cross an active driveway, and then go over to the driveway of the main school, which I'm assuming doesn't have active people coming in and out during the pickup and drop-off hours. Whereas if there's a sidewalk directly from the entrances along that edge, that bottom edge, over to the main area there, it's a nice pedestrian continuous path. And I'm almost wondering if because there's this easement there, which it says existing grades will be retained and everything so that the creek can be maintained. I'm almost wondering if that has to stay the way it is, that maybe the whole parking lot just shifts up a couple feet and the path, the accessible path might be better placed at the bottom edge there for the reasons I've just discussed. Was there a hand raised?
Sorry, yeah, I raised my hand real quick. This is John again with Public Works. I just wanted to clarify that section at the south side, it's our Public Works crew needs a maintenance. We're going to do a maintenance agreement with the Carey School. We added that as a condition of approval. So it wouldn't be an easement, and I just wanted to make that clarification.
Wouldn't be an easement, or would?
It would not.
Would not.
It would just be a maintenance easement, not a pedestrian easement.
Yeah, it would be a maintenance. We will have a maintenance access agreement for our crew to enter that area down to the creek to access the trash rack at the southeast corner of the lot.
So would it be important, though, for maintenance, would it be important to maintain the existing grade in that corner?
At the corner, and you're talking above the creek setback, correct?
Yeah, I'm looking at the project plans, like, I'm just currently looking at page 7. I think it's on multiple pages, though. There's just this kind of edge of the driveway there.
If I may interject, I think I think I could summarize what's being discussed and potentially say that we would encourage the architect in the Carey School to think about the walking path between Big Carey and Little Carey, if those names are going to stick around, and think about that fact that desire paths come into existence whether you want them to or not, and think about like what is that shortest and safest point between two lines, and potentially consider reworking that little area to make sure that there is a safe route for kids to get between those two campuses. Yes, yeah.
We actually did look at that exact path or the path of travel because of that understanding that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. We have to provide an accessible path of travel, and that's a sloped area. And there's a challenge between the two goals for the direct path and the easement public works access. The two can't live together in that area. And so we defer to Public Works to provide the easement and the public access, or the Public Works access to the creek where it's desired by them. And we provided the next best thing, which is the accessible path. It is a longer pathway, but it is accessible, and it is a continuous sidewalk. And where the driveway intersects, we will comply with the city design to provide truncated domes and protected crossways at those two entry and exit points.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the summary to the chair. So yeah, I mean, I'll try and finish up my comments. I definitely, I think there's a benefit to providing additional opportunities for care during the workday and additional seats for students. At the same time, I'm definitely cognizant of the concerns of the neighborhood as, you know, in terms of traffic and impacts and the, you know, noise, construction noise during the project while the project is constructed is in some ways unavoidable. But I definitely appreciate the design and being oriented towards the existing school so that during the day, once the site is activated, it's sort of, you know, away from the residential areas. You know, I was sort of asking about some of these other things like, you know, Alameda and 20th and the sidewalk, and with the mind towards kind of efficiency and you know, it's kind of smooth operation of that pickup and drop off areas. You know, at the end of the day, obviously, a certain amount of traffic at peak hours is unavoidable, especially, you know, anywhere in this region. So I don't think that that's something that, and I also don't think that you know, that's being contributed by other entities, Sarah, other schools in the area, people coming home from work, et cetera, which are far outside the scope of this. So I think that's everything that I really saw there. So I'll cede my spot.
Through the chair, I just want to do a quick announcement. The library is closed, so for anyone to enter or exit the building, please go through the back door. If going through those doors will set off the light. There is an entrance, if you go around, there is an exterior entrance to then get down into the garage, but I'm going through here, the library is closed, so those doors are locked.
I have to walk home, I guess I can. If my car's locked in there, I'll walk home. Okay, so I'll try to make my comments brief, but, well, I don't know about that. But anyway, thank you to planning staff and to the applicant and the architect for the presentations, and especially thank you to all the public speakers. I always find it very important for, I think all the planning commission finds it very important to get the input of the public on these projects. So I visited the site and I walked the area, as I said, around the cul-de-sac and Alameda and the residential sites part of the way down the street. It was off-peak time, I must say, because I had recently been stuck in traffic at Sarah a little bit, not that bad, but a little bit at Sarah High School, and they're teenagers in cars, so a lot more dynamic than what I think will be taking place here at the Carey School. A lot of cars moving in and out with teenagers in it. So a couple things. I feel, as the other commissioners have said, I definitely kind of put myself also in the shoes of the neighbors or in the locations of the neighbors because it is a unique situation. I do agree, though, that there's a great need for childcare options for people that live and work in San Mateo. I think that the effect of on the neighbors is specifically at drop-off and pickup, and hopefully it's those are the peak times, and the remaining parts of the day and week are not as detrimental, but. I guess I also just wanted to provide a couple, comments, but positive comments on the design of the building. I think that the overall project is attractive, well thought out. I think it blends really nicely with the multifamily units across the street and the scale of, in fact, it's lower scale than the other single-family homes on the street. So it's really blends in nicely and is not going to be, standing out. I think the landscape design at the front is very important. Will go a long ways to buffer that activity that's going on at the preschool. I was glad to hear about the entrance being really off to the south, and that the courtyard with the outdoor play area is really perfectly located to face the main campus of the Carey School and away from the neighbors, and provide visual and acoustic separation to the neighbors during the school day. So the other thing I was going to comment on, I think that the construction schedule sounds really great. I hope that's true, because it's really relatively short, and you know how projects go. We see it all the time throughout our neighborhoods with new houses and all kinds of things. So if it's, efficient and, the contractor can limit the impact to the neighbors. So I hope that will be the case, but there's lots of pieces in the conditions of approval to guide that. Let me just see, there's a couple other comments. Let's see. I think that the traffic issues, maybe the traffic study, there may be things people don't agree with about it, but there's obviously, I think a big benefit to the fact that 60% of the students are at the Early Childhood Education Center will be younger siblings of the Carey School. That's one car, two kids. I mean, that will, I think, go a long ways in managing the traffic. The applicant is making every effort to work with the neighbors and limit the traffic impacts. And I think that the fact that it is a condition of approval, that the monitoring and the staggering and I mean, there's multi-points within this traffic plan that need to be maintained, but the fact that there's multiple points of management, I think, really goes a long ways to create success, as much success as possible during those peak times. I mean, it's in the school's best interest to create and maintain a smooth process there. I guess my thoughts are that I think the Carey School is making every effort to be good neighbors, and they have a well-designed project, and they sound like an asset to the community from what we've been hearing. And I guess the other thing nobody's touched on, but I wanted to also add, is that we worked hard on the general plan update, and it is a commitment in our City of San Mateo general plan that that the city can provide, not the city, but I mean that there are opportunities for childcare within our city. So we have an opportunity here with a project that helps fill that need. So I'm in support of the project.
Thank you. My fellow commissioners have already made a bunch of excellent comments, so I will try to keep my comments brief and not repeat some of the great points that they made. But I will repeat my thanks to staff and the applicant for all of their hard work on this project, and particularly to the applicant for the amount of community engagement that you have done. I think that is very much appreciated. So I will just wrap and say that I'll reiterate, you haven't heard many comments on the design of the facility because it's such a great design. I mean, we usually have quite a few comments. The fact that we don't have any is a testament to how well thought out the design is. And I think I'll make one other point that I heard a public commenter make, but that I haven't heard made again, which is with a 60% overlap between students at Little Carey and Big Carey, if that's how the other Carey is known, the co-locating these two facilities will substantially decrease traffic in the neighborhood, because you're going to have 60% of your families no longer driving the 1.7 miles between the two sites on Alameda de las Pulgas, which is so backed up in the morning. So I actually think there's a potential here for the traffic on Alameda de las Pulgas to improve. And I'm curious to see whether that actually manifests. And then the last thing I'll say is I'll reiterate the importance of childcare within our city and within our county. Every parent has that same story of trying to get on the waiting lists. And when my oldest was born, it was a 6-year waiting list for the infant care facility at my work. And I remember thinking, but in 6 years, she's gonna be too old for this room. So like, how does this even work? So the need is very real. I appreciate some of the statistics that you provided. And to reiterate what Commissioner Williams said, if I remember correctly, there's 3 or 4 policies or actions in our general plan related to childcare and facilitating additional childcare facilities in our community. And so in many ways, this project seems really ideal between the co-location with an existing facility and with just the addition of 45 additional spots, I think 35 additional spots within the city. So I will wrap my comments there and ask if we can get the text of the recommendation back on the screen, and then I will ask for a motion from my fellow commissioners. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Through the chair, really quick, just, this would be the opportunity maybe to add that additional recommendation.
Yes, I think you could motion to include that the city council ask the staff or departments to investigate things. So yes, this would be the opportunity.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe I would make a motion then to add just an additional note to suggest that the city council look into the questions of the signage, the timed signage.
I would ask that if you're going, why don't you make the full motion and then include that with the other recommendations?
Yes, I'd make the motion then to include that in the full resolution.
Through the chair, might I suggest maybe a recommendation on the action before you, and then if you wanted to do a supplemental recommendation to be
Yes.
carried forward for planning, for city council consideration?
Yeah.
So is the motion what's on the slide, the staff?
So I would ask for a motion for what is on the slide.
Okay.
And that motion could include an additional recommendation if someone wanted to word it that way.
Are you interested in what's on the slide?
Yes.
Do we need to read it?
You can move the slide and your recommendation together.
Yes.
Yes, then I'd make a motion to move forward with the resolution on the slide, and then with additional recommendation to the council.
Okay, so just to be clear,
Yes.
your motion is to recommend that the city council do numbers 1 and 2 as depicted on the slide, and to, go ahead.
Oh, and yeah, sorry.
What is the additional recommendation you want to make to the
Yes,
city council?
and the additional recommendation to request that Public Works look into the signage, timed no parking signage on Salle.
Great, thank you.
Second.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Through the chair, sorry, just to verify, who was it that seconded the motion?
Commissioner Bush.
Thank you, Commissioner Bush. And for the vote, Vice Chair Clafter,
Yes.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Chair Patel,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 4-0. And with that, we will end this item. And I would request from our clerk that we take a 10-minute break before moving on to the next item. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you. All right, we're back from our break and we will move on to item number 2 on our agenda, the accessory dwelling unit ordinance zoning code amendments. We will start with a staff presentation, applicant presentation, and public comments. Members of the public are given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. The applicant may also be given 5 minutes at the end to respond to the public comments. Once the public hearing is closed, I may ask staff to respond to any public comments, and the commission will ask clarifying questions, deliberate, and render a decision. Finally, if a decision is made tonight, the decision of the Planning Commission can be appealed to the City Council within 10 calendar days. Before we get started, I will also note that I currently have an open ADU application with the city. We are pretty far along in the process, just putting the final touches on our 3rd submission and expect to have that in shortly. So with that, can we have the staff presentation?
Great. All right. Good evening, Planning Commission and members of the public. I'm Liz Gagliardi, an associate planner with the Community Development Department, and I'm going to be giving the presentation for this item tonight. So before I dive in, just a quick background of what I'm going to cover. I'll start with background on ADUs in San Mateo and some info about the broader regulatory context, followed by a summary of the proposed updates to our ADU ordinance, and then ending with the recommendation before the Planning Commission tonight. And just to set the stage before we dive in, what is an ADU? An ADU is an accessory dwelling unit. It's a separate self-contained home on a property with a primary unit. An ADU must have its own separate exterior entrance, bathroom, kitchen, and area for living and sleeping, and they can be built on any residential property, both single-family and multifamily. And what is a JADU? So a JADU, or junior accessory dwelling unit, is a special subset of ADUs. So it's a special type of conversion ADU subject to some additional requirements. JADUs are only allowed on single-family homes, so not in multifamily, and they have to be located within the walls of the main home or an attached garage. Similar to ADUs, JADUs have to have their own entrance, kitchen, and living and sleeping area, but they can share a bathroom with the main home and are subject to more restrictive size requirements. So just to give some context about how ADUs are regulated, ADU regulations are affected both by state law and local policies. The State Department of Housing and Community Development, which I'll refer to as HCD, has authority to enforce state ADU laws and to review local ordinances for compliance. Additionally, cities have the option to adopt local regulations through an ordinance. The local ADU ordinance cannot be more restrictive than state law. And then in San Mateo, the city also has a local commitment within our housing element under policy H1.4 to support increased ADU development. This policy includes several implementation actions, one of which is to amend the city's ADU ordinance to align with current state law and resolve any inconsistencies identified by HCD. And just some timeline context for how we got to today with the updates proposed. So going back to 2016 and then again in 2019, these are 2 landmark years for state ADU legislation, when the state legislature passed sweeping laws to promote ADU development statewide. And they've continued to make updates to state law since that time. On March 21st of 2022, that's when the city of San Mateo updated our local ADU ordinance, which reflects the current statute that we have on the books today. Then in 2024, HCD provided a formal review letter to the city reviewing our ADU ordinance, identifying specific areas that need to be updated to come into compliance with state law. That letter is included as an attachment to the report. And then in 2025, so January of this year, HCD published an updated ADU handbook, which summarizes some of the many changes that have been made to state law in recent years. And then more recently, in August of this year, this item was brought to the Planning Commission during a study session. So some of what is being discussed tonight was already contemplated a little bit in that meeting. Following the study session back in September of this year, staff held a virtual community webinar to give some additional Q&A time and information for community engagement on this topic. And just a snapshot of where we're at with ADU permitting since the current ADU ordinance was adopted in March of 2022. The city has seen pretty strong and steady ADU production. About 75 ADU permits on average are issued per year. It does vary a little bit year to year with a slight dip in 2024, but we're back on track with strong ADU production. 85 ADU permits issued already this year, and we're not even at the end of the year. So now I'm going to get into the ADU ordinance updates. The updates proposed to the city's ordinance fall into two categories. So the first are changes to address HCD comments specifically for state law compliance, and that's what I'll focus on in the first part of the presentation. In the second half of the presentation, I will pivot to discussing additional local changes that we are proposing to address community needs and improve functionality of the ordinance. And I'm going to try and go through these rather quickly. They're all discussed in much more detail in the staff report, and happy to come back to anything that we need to dive into further in discussion. So this is a snapshot of the many changes that have been proposed specifically in response to comments from HCD. The first is updates to some definitions. So there is a new definition section that's been added to the draft ordinance to improve overall functionality. Right here, I'm going to call out two definitions that have been updated specifically in response to HCD's review. The first is our ADU definition. This has been updated to include a reference to multifamily structures. It previously only referred to single family. Additionally, a new definition has been added for multifamily dwelling structure, which is defined in the context of state ADU law to mean a structure with two or more attached primary residential dwelling units. Next, we've made some changes to address separate sale of ADUs. The current ordinance doesn't allow for ADUs to be sold separately from the primary residence in any situation. However, Government Code Section 66341 includes an allowance for separate sale of ADUs when they're developed by a qualified nonprofit, subject to specific criteria. So the ordinance includes a reference to this provision. Next, we have some clarification around fees. The ordinance updates specify that no impact fee may be charged for an ADU that is less than 750 square feet in size. And then for larger ADUs over 750 square feet, those impact fees must be proportional to the size of the primary unit. Additionally, the updated ordinance makes clear that sewer connection fees or capacity charges can only be applied when an ADU is built with a new primary residential dwelling unit. And I'll note that these things are done in practice, but made more clear in the updated ordinance. The next change is removal of language referring to a variance process for ADUs. This has been taken out of the ordinance in response to a comment received from HCD. I'll also note that while this variance reference has been removed, the ordinance continues to include provisions for an ADU discretionary review alternative, which I'll get into a bit more in the latter half of the presentation. The next change addresses the number of ADUs that can be created on a single family lot. So the current ordinance allows for up to 2 ADUs to be built on a single family property. So that would consist of 1 ADU in combination with 1 junior ADU. And HCD has clarified that up to 3 ADUs must be allowed on a single family property. So this includes up to 2 ADUs and 1 junior ADU. The 2 ADUs would be 1 attached or conversion ADU and 1 detached new construction ADU. So those 3 different types are clearly defined in the updates. Next are changes to address front setback clarification. Under the current ordinance, this is not clear, so it's been updated to clarify that no front setback is required for state exempt ADUs. We will continue to apply a front yard setback of the underlying zoning for non-exempt ADUs. And just to give some context what I mean by state exempt versus non-exempt, state exempt ADUs are units that are described specifically in Government Code Section 66323. So what does that mean? That includes conversion ADUs, so conversions of existing space, and a new construction ADU of up to 800 square feet with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. A non-exempt ADU would be any unit that is not covered by the provisions of that government code. So functionally, that would be new construction ADUs that are larger than 800 square feet in size. Similar to front yard setbacks, HCD provided us guidance that our ADU architectural standards cannot apply to state exempt ADUs. So it's been clarified that these architectural standards would only apply to non-exempt ADUs. Additionally, state law requires that all standards applied to ADUs must be objective. Objective standards are things that are clear, measurable, and uniformly applied and do not rely on personal judgment. So HCD's review letter identified several architectural standards in the current ADU ordinance that are not objective, so these have been removed from the draft update. Next are some updates specific to junior ADUs. The first is related to interior access between the JADU and the main home. Currently, our ordinance requires this for all junior ADUs, and HCD has clarified that this can only be required when the JADU shares a bathroom or thermostat with the main home. In other situations, it would be voluntary. Additionally, the current ordinance sets a maximum JADU size at 650 square feet, and this has been updated to a 500 square foot maximum for junior ADUs in the draft ordinance update per guidance from HCD. Next for JADUs are some updates to deed restriction provisions. So currently, we do require a deed restriction be recorded for junior ADUs, and the provisions of that deed restriction have been updated to only list the items that are outlined specifically in state law. So these are a prohibition on separate sale of the junior ADU, and we can also include a description in the deed restriction of the size and attributes of the unit. We have removed the following provisions from the deed restriction. So these are prohibition on short-term rental and owner occupancy requirements. These things will still be required and enforced. They just will not be specifically listed in deed restrictions, and this is per guidance from HCD. I will also note here that owner occupancy requirements will be changing with an update to state law as of January 1st, 2026. So to get ahead of that, we've aligned the draft ordinance update to meet those requirements. Owner occupancy will only be required for junior ADUs when they share a bathroom with the main home. And the last updates that are related to state law requirements are for multifamily ADUs. So the main change to note here is regarding the number of ADUs allowed on multifamily properties. Under Senate Bill 1211, this has been changed to allow on properties with an existing multifamily residential unit up to 8 new detached ADUs. That number would match the number of primary units on the property, not to exceed that number. So for example, a property with 3 primary units could have up to 3 ADUs. Additionally, conversion ADUs are also allowed on existing multifamily properties, and these would need to be conversions of non-livable space, like a garage or a storage area, and those can be at least 1 and up to 25% of the existing unit count. Then for properties with a proposed new construction multifamily project, those can include up to 2 new detached ADUs. So now that we've covered the HCD comment revisions. The next section of the presentation will dive into additional changes that are proposed beyond the scope of what's specifically required by state law. A lot of these changes were discussed in detail at the August 26th Planning Commission study session, so I'll try to keep this high level and happy to come back to anything that requires further discussion. So this is a snapshot of the different standards that we will be looking into for more local control, and I'll get into each in more detail. Starting with our ADU discretionary review or ADU-DR process. So just for some context around what state law requires here, state law requires that ADUs can be approved ministerially when they meet all requirements outlined in state law. And it also allows the city to impose objective standards on ADUs. So in San Mateo, the existing ordinance includes a ministerial review option for ADUs that meet all of our objective standards to address this state law requirement. And in addition, we have another option for the ADU-DR, which is an alternative review process for discretionary review of any unit, ADU unit, that does not meet the objective standards of the ordinance. In the August study session, the Planning Commission directed staff to maintain the ADU-DR process in the updated ordinance. So it has been left in the ordinance, has not been removed. The ADU-DR process has been amended a little bit with some changes proposed to clarify how the discretionary review will proceed and how it's applied. So these updates include clarification for what standards can be reviewed under ADU-DR. This would apply only to exceptions to objective standards, such as height, setbacks, and daylight plane, but would not be allowed to increase the available floor area of a lot. Additionally, the findings for the ADU-DR application have been updated to be a little bit more clear and straightforward, and the process for ADU-DR appeals has proposed to be changed from going to Planning Commission on to City Council when appealed to a hearing officer instead. And I won't dive too much into this, but just wanted to reshare some of the stats around what we've seen ADU-DRs be used for in the time since the ordinance was adopted in its current form. And the reasons that ADU-DRs have been sought are to seek exceptions to setbacks, taller ADUs above our height limit, and for large second-story decks, primarily. The next item I just wanted to touch on briefly is maximum ADU size. So there was discussion of this brought to the Planning Commission in the August study session. For some context with state law, local jurisdictions must allow at least a by right ADU of up to 800 square feet with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. So that's going to be your state exempt unit. And in addition, state law stipulates that a local agency cannot impose a maximum ADU size that does not allow for at least 800 square foot for a studio or one bedroom, or 1,000 square feet for an ADU with more than one bedroom. Currently, the local ordinance actually does not set a maximum size on ADUs. Rather, the ADU size for units over 800 square feet is regulated by floor area ratio of the lot, with an exemption of up to 800 square feet of ADU living area from that total floor area requirement. Additionally, ADUs can't be larger than the primary dwelling unit. At this time, we have not proposed any change to this existing local standard. This was discussed at the Planning Commission study session, and direction was provided to staff to not introduce additional size restrictions on ADUs. So the only changes here are just to kind of clean up some of that language and clarify how that floor area exemption is applied. Next, I'll look at height standards for detached ADUs. So for context, state law requires that the city must allow for detached ADUs up to 16 feet in height, and then for ADUs near transit or on lots with multi-story, multifamily buildings, there's an additional 2 feet that's required, so up to 18 feet plus 2 feet on top of that to allow for a matching roof pitch on the ADU to the main home. Additionally, the local ordinance has to allow for two-story detached ADUs. I'll also note here that there's a slight difference in how state law addresses height standards versus how we typically review them in San Mateo. So for state law, it does not distinguish a difference between top plate height and roof peak height. It's only looking at total height of the structure. Versus in San Mateo, we have a standard to the top plate as well as the roof peak. So with that, our current local standard allows for detached ADUs up to 16 feet to top wall plate and 24 feet to roof peak. The proposed update provides an additional 2 feet to that top plate, so it would be an 18-foot top wall plate and 24-foot roof peak. These are all measured from existing grade. And the diagram here kind of shows some of the comparisons for where those different height measurements would fall on a structure. And I just wanted to provide a little bit of added context for how this fits in with our single-family zoning districts. So in single-family zones, homes are allowed to be up to 24 feet to top wall plate and 32 feet to roof peak. So this diagram kind of shows how an ADU, a detached ADU built to the proposed maximum height standard would compare to a single-family home built to the maximums of an R1 zoning district. So it would still be smaller in scale than the maximum allowed by single family, but just adding a little bit of height to that top wall plate to accommodate a more comfortable two-story structure. The next set of updates are related to setbacks. So the current standard requires that 4-foot side and rear setbacks be provided for all ADUs. The updated standard would include an exemption for ADUs that meet accessory structure requirements in the rear 1/3 of a parcel. And this diagram provides a little bit more context for what that setback exception would look like. So this would only apply to ADUs that meet the same standards that are required for accessory structures in the rear third of a single-family property. So by design, that would require these structures to be built to a lower plate height and daylight plane with a 9-foot plate height max. They'd be limited to 1 story and could not occupy more than 50% of a required yard. And functionally, what this exception would allow for is conversion ADUs of accessory structures to come through a one-step permitting process rather than have an applicant apply to build an accessory structure and come back to convert it to an ADU. The next topic area where updates are proposed surrounds parking requirements for ADUs. So there's a lot of text on this slide, but it's going through all of the exemptions from parking that are required under state law for ADUs, and they are numerous. The main one to focus on is proximity to transit. And this map shows in San Mateo that the vast majority of residential properties are already exempt from requiring any parking on an ADU just due to these existing exemptions under state law. So the red circles show properties that are more than a half mile from a transit stop as defined by state law. Currently, our local regulations do require 1 parking stall to be provided for ADUs that are not in an exempt area, but it applies to very few parcels in the city. So with that in mind, the updated standard in the draft ordinance would be to eliminate all required off-street parking for ADUs citywide. And this was deliberated at the Planning Commission study session with direction to proceed with this exemption. However, the Planning Commission also directed staff to consider creative approaches to incentivize voluntary parking provisions for ADUs with the understanding that parking in single-family neighborhoods can be impacted, and when you're adding units, there's also cars that come with them oftentimes. So we took a close look at this and have added some updated standards for voluntary parking. These include allowing up to 2 voluntary parking spaces per ADU. These ADU parking stalls could be allowed in tandem configurations to allow for more flexible parking. Existing driveways and curb cuts may remain in place even when a garage is demolished or converted to an ADU. And I'll note this is already being done in practice, but would be codified with the updated ordinance. And then the two new ones would be that driveways can be expanded up to 20 feet in width, and this would allow a few extra feet to accommodate for more parking area. And I think the one that probably is the biggest change from when we last considered this with the Planning Commission is an added provision that setback exemptions for covered parking structures that are within the footprint of a two-story ADU would be applied. So for example, if a ADU is proposed to be built to a 4-foot setback along a street side yard, normally a garage would have a greater setback requirement. And with this provision, if the garage fits entirely within the footprint of the ADU above it, it could also be afforded that 4-foot setback. So it would look something maybe like the photo on the screen. And then the final set of changes that are being proposed with the local updates are around second-story decks and balconies. So under our current ordinance, all second-story decks and balconies proposed with an ADU must go through a discretionary review. The updated draft includes some carve-outs to allow for second-story decks and balconies to be considered ministerially when they meet specific requirements. So that would be that no portion of the deck or balcony is within the side or rear setback of the underlying zoning district. So there would be some added buffers built in through that provision. The deck or balcony cannot exceed 50 square feet, which is meant to provide for like more passive use by tenants rather than a large gathering space. And then finally, that the deck is interior facing towards the property that it exists on, so not facing over a neighbor's yard or into a neighbor's windows. And that's meant to be an objective standard to get at some of the privacy concerns that had previously come up with these decks and balconies. And I'll note that the ADU-DR process would remain available for designs that include a deck or balcony that doesn't meet these standards, with the added caveat that roof decks are always prohibited for ADUs. And then finally, I also wanted to draw attention to the memorandum that was passed around to the Planning Commission. This is a desk amendment to include a small adjustment to the draft ordinance to add some language under our multifamily ADU standards to include the provision that any additional ADUs as allowed pursuant to state law be considered. This is in context from a conversation that staff had with HCD and would just kind of cover us for any future changes to state law there and make sure that we're staying compliant with state law. So with that, I will leave the recommendation before the Planning Commission tonight on the screen and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since there is no applicant, I think we will go next to the public comment. So if there are any members of the audience that would like to give a public comment on this item, I don't think we have anyone in person, so speaker slips don't count, but if there's anyone watching remotely who would like to give a public comment, now is the time to raise your hand. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Through the chair, we have no public commenters at this time via Zoom.
Great. I will go ahead and close the public comment on this item. And now we will move on to clarifying questions. Before we move to clarifying questions, I'm just going to state real quick, my goal is for us to not have to vote to extend past 11 p.m. So I'm going to do what I can to try and help us meet that goal. But do we have any clarifying questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bush.
Well, I volunteered to start just because I feel like it's easier, but I started the last time, so I don't know.
Please.
Okay, all right. I just have one question. So
Amazing.
Keeping to that 11 p.m. cutoff. And I actually just thought of it while you were talking. The interior balcony for the ADUs, if it's a lot that doesn't abut on one side, let's say it's like the end of the street, so it's not abutting a neighboring property. If you wanted to add a second-story balcony on an ADU that faces a vacant or non-existent property, you could just go through the ADU DR process to get that approved, right?
Yeah, through the chair, that would be the process. Since it's a strict objective standard, we wouldn't really look at exceptions outside of the ADU-DR process.
Okay. Okay, that was my only question.
Commissioner Klafter, do you have any clarifying questions?
I think I also have one clarifying question on the ADU-DR appeal process. There was a mention of the decision of the zoning administrator may be appealed to the city manager or designee, which may be a hearing officer, and there's just clarification on who the hearing officer is or the designee in this case.
We never heard that term before.
So that was placed, I think the goal is that it would be, a hearing officer does cost the city additional money. That is usually more like an administrative process. For a code enforcement citation, that can be appealed to a hearing officer. So the goal of the language really was the city manager would kind of be the appeals body to kind of shorten an appeal rather than planning commission and city council. We put city manager or their designee. In theory, they could designate a hearing officer if they wanted to, but that they might just designate if for some reason they weren't available, maybe the assistant city manager or something. But the goal would be it's appealed to the city manager who would kind of act like a hearing officer or a zoning administrator.
So the hearing officer, if it was not the city manager, would be like a third party who was actually from outside who was hired for this purpose? Is that what you're saying?
In theory, it could be. I think practically speaking, that wouldn't be the approach. I think a hearing officer is better for something, say, like appeal of a citation.
Yeah.
It would most likely be another staff member within the city. That's typical language, like director or their designee, city manager or their designee. Just for the practicality that a staff member would probably have a much greater degree of familiarity with city codes.
Okay. Thank you.
Williams.
Okay, thank you. That was one of my questions. And the other one, the other one is about this. I'm just wondering if you can provide, like, you probably did already, but I want to be sure I understand the difference between a JADU and an attached ADU. Is a JADU like specifically within the existing building that is then remodeled to create it? It's not involving an addition to the building at all?
Yeah, through the chair, that's right. So it's a little bit splitting hairs. The real difference between a JADU and an ADU, well, there's a few. One of them is that it has to be created within the walls of an existing single-family residence or an attached garage. We have allowed JADUs to be considered as part of an addition project. However, that addition would go through the same process as any other residential addition, so it wouldn't be afforded like special treatment because of a JADU. And then the other main differences are going to be in terms of owner occupancy, although that is changing a little bit with the new updates to state law to only be required when it shares a bathroom facility. There's also a deed restriction requirement for junior ADUs. They have a smaller size limit, and then I think I'm missing something. Yeah, they can be quite similar to an attached ADU in terms of how it's designed and how it functions. But if something is designated as a junior ADU, it would be subject to those additional requirements, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Through the chair, I did want to note there is one other key distinction, which is through the building code. If you're a JADU, you don't need fire separation required. You don't need to have a 1 hour fire rated wall. You also don't necessarily need to have separate utilities to go with it. If you are an attached ADU, you need that fire separation. You'll need separate sewer, water, a sub panel. As a JADU, you could utilize utilities from the existing house, and you wouldn't need that fire separation.
Okay, thanks, that helps.
Commissioner Williams, may I piggyback on your question?
Yes.
Because one of mine is very similar to yours, but it's slightly different. So I kind of my brain kind of got wrapped into pretzels looking at the new definitions. So I wanted to ask clarification on, let me find my questions. Okay. There's now a distinction between new construction or conversion, and there's a distinction between attached and detached. And so I was wondering if you can have a new construction attached ADU, because there's this line in the definition that says an attached ADU uses, quote, existing, or sorry, there's a line that says a conversion uses, quote, existing structural components of the primary dwelling unit. And I was wondering if, like, it's an attached ADU and you're attaching it to the existing dwelling unit, like you're going to literally attach it to an exterior wall, is leveraging that exterior wall considered an existing structural component? Because then it seems like there is no such thing as a new construction attached ADU anymore. They'll all be conversions.
Yeah, through the chair, that's a good point. And these definitions were actually added to give more clarification with the HCD direction that we now have to allow 3 ADUs. An attached ADU can be new construction. A conversion ADU would really be if you're looking at existing space and no additional square footage that's new. Once you start to introduce additional new square footage, then it becomes new construction.
Okay, good. Because I was worried about the inverse case, that if there is no such thing as a new construction ADU and all attached ADUs have to be conversions, then you can't expand the square footage. But it seems like it's really accounting for the reverse scenario.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, that helps. That's it, yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, and then I only had one other question. But I will say first, I'll just thank staff for this agenda report, which was extremely comprehensive. And I think the reason that we only have 1 or 2 questions each is because it was so detailed. So thank you so much for the team that prepared that. My only other question was, are there any other types of development applications where the appeals are decided by the city manager or a designated officer?
There are, so for tree permits, those appeals go to the Parks and Recreation Director, and probably in the near future, since private property tree removals have been moved to CDD, the private property tree removals could be appealed to the CDD Director.
Okay, are there any discretionary projects with discretionary review that are appealed to the city manager or designee?
No, they're not. At this point, anything in the zoning code would be appealed to the Planning Commission.
Okay, great. That was my only other question. So anybody think of any additional questions while we've been chatting?
Well, I had a note here. I mean, it was just sort of like it's not like it's an odd question. I was wondering, like, what's an example? I was trying to think of an example of something that would require a variance for an ADU, because, you know, I guess it would have to be an unusual site or something like that, because I can't think of why you would do that when it's ministerial review. So anyway, just me pondering different options.
Through the chair, you may need a variance for setback, possibly, depending on the shape of the lot. I don't know if staff agrees, maybe.
Yeah, if there's like a triangular shaped lot and there's really no place to put an ADU.
I've literally gone before the Planning Commission for a variance on a triangular shaped lot in Los Altos or somewhere like that. So that's all I can think of too. Okay.
Awesome. Moving forward into our own comments and deliberation, I'm going to make a suggestion. And that is that per the way that the very comprehensive agenda report was structured, it itemized all of the changes into 23 items. And so when I wrote my notes, I organized my notes in the same way. So I would suggest, because there's so many items, rather than us going one at a time with all of our comments, which then may make it really difficult to piggyback on each other and discuss and keep those trains of thought top of mind, that we go one by one on each of those 23 items. And I suspect that sounds really overwhelming, but I suspect we may not have comments on all of them, so it might actually go pretty quickly.
Yes, that sounds fine. And I want to say I have very few comments because two things. I mean, we saw this in August and talked through all of these things just extensively, and this is the result of that. And then secondly, these are responses to HCD comments, which we kind of don't have too much choice in the matter on that, so.
I'd absolutely agree with that. I think that I see a lot of all the discussion that we had, the very lengthy discussion that we had represented very clearly in the changes and in the staff, and again, the very comprehensive staff report. So I'm fully in agreement there.
It's a brilliant idea.
Okay, let's get started. So ADU, number one, ADU definition. Anyone have any comments on the ADU definition? Great, seeing none. Moving forward to number two, multifamily dwelling structure definition. I will be the nerd who says I have comments on this. Okay, so the first one is sort of a comment, sort of a question. And I'll direct this one to staff. Am I understanding now that there's going to be two definitions of multifamily dwelling unit, one within the ADU ordinance that defines a multifamily dwelling unit as 2 or more primary dwellings, and then one outside of the ADU ordinance that says it's 3 or more?
Yeah, so through the chair, sort of, yes. It's a very in the weeds, I would say. The existing ordinance definitions outside of the ADU section include a definition for multiple family dwelling, which would be the 3 or more. We also have a definition for 2 family dwelling, which by state law would be considered multifamily, but isn't really addressed in our ADU ordinance. So to remedy that, rather than try to parse out the definitions and apply them citywide when this is really focused on ADU applications, we've created a definition section that is only applicable to the ADU chapter. And within that, the definition for multifamily dwelling structure is defined to align with what's considered multifamily for ADU law, which does differ from how we would define multifamily in other cases. They're very similar, but one is multiple family dwelling and the other is multifamily dwelling structure. So I think multifamily gets used as the common term to talk about all of these things, but if you were really to dig into the weeds of it, they are distinct.
I have a slight concern that that might be confusing to the average person, but I also don't know how many average people are going to be this far in the weeds of the code, so it might be kind of an unfounded concern. My other comment, and this is an extremely nitpicky comment, so I apologize in advance. Looking at the track changes ordinance in the definitions section. So multifamily dwelling structure means a structure with 2 or more attached primary residential dwelling units. And then immediately following that, it says single-family dwelling structure means a one-family dwelling primary residential unit that either stands alone on a lot or is detached from other primary residential dwelling units. I just thought it was a little bit odd that the definition of multifamily dwelling structure just says it's 2 or more attached primary dwelling units, but the definition of single-family dwelling structure specifically calls out that it's a one family. Like the second one mentions the number of families, but the multifamily doesn't. And I thought you might be able to just simplify that definition by just saying single-family dwelling structure means what did I put in my notes? Is that from HCD? A primary residential dwelling unit. So that way it's not calling out the number of families.
Through the chair, this is all very specific to respond to HCD.
Oh, okay.
So my suggest is maybe look at all the HCD-related comments in one bundle, because we'll want to look very closely, because we worked with HCD to make sure that our language met their requirements, and we
Okay.
come through with a second amendment.
Plan
Okay.
response.
Totally fine.
You want to identify the numbers that you're...
I believe, and maybe Liz can weigh in on it. One other thing too is I think this would be a good note as we move forward with our comprehensive zoning code update, to look at our definitions and our larges zoning ordinance to align here, to avoid kind of the confusion you're highlighting, but just sensitivity, because HC was very specific about
Yes.
exactly how they wanted to see the language that went.
Totally understand, so that is fine. I do not need to get into a back and forth with them. Okay, so if there's no other on that one, we could move on to number 3. Does anyone have any comments on the allowance for separate sale of ADUs per Government Code Section 66341?
I just noted agreed as required by HCD.
Alrighty, next one, number 4, proportionality for ADU impact fees. No takers? Okay. Number 5, utility fee clarification. Seeing none. Number 6, removal of reference to variance process.
Let's see, why did I have comments on that? Let me just, I guess I just said, okay.
Yep. Number 7, number of ADUs permitted with single family.
Again, as per HCD, I believe, so.
Yes, that's what I said, yeah.
Number 8, front setback clarification. Nope.
Oh, I do have a comment. So I think I brought this up in August, and maybe it's not important just to me, maybe. It just seems like, shouldn't there be some reference for meeting the CBC requirements for fire ratings if you're within the setbacks? Or maybe I'm reading the wrong thing. Let me see.
That would be a building code requirement, so we wouldn't get into that in the zoning code.
Okay. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Next one.
Number 9.
Yes, sorry, I'm scrolling back and forth in my notes. Architectural standards not applicable to state exempt ADUs. I have one on this. Okay, so in the proposed ordinance, it is chapter 27.19.060 subsection G1, specifies the daylight plane requirements. And I'm wondering, it specifically requires ADUs to meet the daylight plane requirements of R1 districts. And I'm wondering if this should be meet the requirements of the underlying zoning district and not be specifically tied to R1. Because I was thinking about, you can apply for an ADU, I believe, in any residential district. So what if you're applying for an ADU in an R5 district? Like, does it make sense to be tied to the daylight plane requirements of R1?
Because that's only R1.
Yeah.
If I may offer through the chair, just for context, R1 is the only zoning district that includes any daylight plane standards. So there are none in other zoning districts.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to require daylight plane requirements on ADUs if other structures in that district don't have daylight plane requirements?
I mean, I'm in favor of them in R1, where they exist or apply, where the requirement exists, where it applies. So you're talking about where.
Yeah,
we're not in
like
R1.
what if you have an R4 property and all of the adjacent properties in that R4 district aren't meeting the R1 daylight plane requirement, and then you propose an ADU on that lot, and then that ADU is being held to a daylight plane standard that none of the surrounding properties were held to?
So right now, is it saying that that there needs to be a daylight plane regardless?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
it's
right now, it
I mean,
requires.
we would just need to distinguish, I guess, in R1 where daylight plane requirements apply, it's, you must meet them, but all other zoning you wouldn't need to, because they don't apply.
So that's what I'm asking, like, should it say, meet the daylight plane requirements of the underlying zoning district, instead of saying, meet the daylight plane requirements of the R1 zoning district?
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. That makes sense to me. What is?
Yeah, through the chair, if I may just offer a point of context for our larger zoning code. The way that our residential districts are set up currently, it's additive. So R1 establishes your single family, R2 establishes any uses permitted in R1 districts subject to the same regulations and exceptions, plus additional things, and so on. So in any context, a new single-family residential dwelling unit would still be subject to that R1 daylight plane standard, even in a different zoning district.
Okay.
So I believe the intention here was to view ADUs as a similar product type to single family and apply that same daylight plane. If that helps add context to this conversation.
That totally does. That makes sense to me. I think what I was worried about was holding ADUs to a different daylight plane standard than already exists in that zoning district. But if all single-family dwellings are held to the R1 daylight plane already, then that consistency makes sense to me. Okay.
Okay.
I withdraw my suggestion or question. Number 10, design standards, removal of subjective standards. Any questions on that? Comments? No?
No.
I think we're still in the HCD section. Number 11, JADU interior access requirements. Nope, great.
Oh, sorry, yeah, no, nothing there.
Nope, okay. Number 12, maximum JADU size.
I'll just say that I was bummed
I was also bummed.
to see that HCD, when we actually were saying, hey, and I understand from the comments that, and the discussion from our previous session, that most applicants were not taking advantage of the opportunity to do a JADU above 500 square feet in size, but that I think we all agreed, I shouldn't speak for everyone, but I feel like that there was a general consensus that it was nice that the city was allowing some flexibility on that point. So yes, bummed that HCD said no.
Yeah, it's odd to see them require us to be more restrictive than we were trying to be. That's unusual. All right, number 13, JADU deed restriction requirements. Any comments?
No.
Nope. Number 14, addition of multifamily ADU development standards. Nope. Okay, great. Number 15, addition of a definition section. Nope. Number 16, updates to discretionary review as an alternative to ministerial review.
I have at least one.
I also have at least one. Why don't you go first?
Yes, so overall, I appreciate a lot of the recommendations and the changes, updates that have been made here. I feel that they incorporated our discussion, again, from the previous session. I also feel that, I feel like there was a real good attempt to make a discretionary process as objective as possible. I just maintain my feeling from before, which is that we have a fantastic, process here, a ministerial process, which is available to 100% of San Mateo residents. And that I just think that, it's good that we have, I think it's a net benefit to residents that we maintain this sort of opportunity here, where I think was the language in there basically saying, if for some reason the ministerial process doesn't work, that there's this other avenue there. And I just think that that's good government.
Great. I have a couple comments on this one. So let's scroll back to my notes. Okay, so on sub-item A, clarification of ADU-DR applicability, I actually preferred the previous more open-ended language. So this previously said, an applicant may submit an application for discretionary review of an ADU proposal that is not in full compliance with the provisions of this article. To me, discretionary review is like pressing 0 when you want to talk to a real human being. When you're stuck in the phone tree, it's like, I have a weird situation and I just need to talk to a person. And so now there is the proposed language is making the discretionary process a little bit more restrictive. It's limiting it to just height, setback, daylight plane, and second story balcony exemptions. And so I worry, like, as I look through any policy position, the way my brain works is I'm trying to think of all the possible edge cases that could run into issues with the way things are worded. And I worry by restricting the availability of discretionary review, we may preclude ADUs from being built that run into issues other than those 4. Like, what if there's some reason because of the site configuration or existing structure layout that an applicant needs a driveway that's wider than 20 feet? Or what if there's a house on my street where there's a second story, I don't know if it's a separate unit, but there's a second story living area where the exterior staircase leads up to a balcony and then access to the second story is through the balcony. But now that the way these design requirements are worded, a exterior staircase can only have a landing that is the minimally required by the California Building Code. So like, what if there's some site compactness reason that an applicant wants to combine an exterior balcony with this exterior staircase, and now they have no option for discretionary review to be able to ask to do something like that? So I would prefer that we keep the previous language that says an applicant may submit an application for discretionary review of an ADU proposal that is not in full compliance with the provisions of this article, especially since the volume of discretionary review applications didn't seem that high. But I do think we need to keep the additional sentence that says that discretionary review can't be used to increase the maximum allowable floor area.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good catch on your part, and that makes sense. Can we do that? Can we
Are my fellow commissioners in agreement with that recommendation?
Was there, I assume there was a conscious decision at some point to limit it to these couple of criteria, or?
Well, if I recall the conversation in August about decks and balconies, it was kind of confusing and vague, and so I don't know if that's how this ended up kind of getting in there. I don't feel like it was conclusive.
Yeah, I meant on the staff side. Following our conversation in August, was there a specific reason for choosing these couple of criteria as opposed to having this broader?
Yeah, through the chair, I think it was meant to actually give more clarity to the types of exceptions that could be sought under this. So carving out that FAR would not be something that could be considered. And then the other ones that were listed, height, setback, or daylight plan, those are just the other common exceptions that we've seen ADU-DR be used for. So it felt like a natural list to apply there, as well as those are really the only objective standards in this section of the ordinance that we could conceive of someone getting an exception to, or seeking an exception to.
So from the staff perspective, I guess, it sounds like there's not a real issue with Chair Patel's proposal, because those were just intended to be examples, not purposefully limiting. Is that right?
Through the chair, the floor area was purposely limiting. The others would just be any objective standard.
Okay. I'm in support of the proposal.
Okay. Yeah, so it sounds like we're in support of keeping it to any objective standard under the article with the addition of the you can't use it for expanding the maximum allowable size. Yeah.
I mean, I think my, my main feeling last time was that, what the intention, tonight and in the previous session was to do was just to expand the number of projects which would not require this process, which I think is accomplished here. So like if 90% of, projects that people, like we're good before and it's, 99 now, right? That just that 1%, still making it possible to kind of also consider this 1%. So I feel like we're in that direction and just in terms of the specific language, yeah, I mean, it's like the unforeseen. How do you plan for the unforeseen? Well, you kind of have to be a little broader potentially.
Yeah, that is where my brain is always going. How do you plan for the unforeseen? Okay, so it sounds like we're comfortable with what I suggested.
Yes.
I'll move on in the interest of time to the next sub-bullet point. Actually, I think I'm the only one with comments on this section, so I'll just keep going. I had some comments on the updated ADU-DR findings. So in the agenda report, it's sub-item 4, proposes a finding that ensures there is justification for an exception to a specific ADU development standard. That finding made me uneasy for 2 reasons. One, I don't think we're ever going to be able to envision all of the possible reasonable justifications that may govern an applicant's design choices, and then be able to enumerate acceptance criteria that covers all of them. And like, for example, what if it's theoretically possible to meet a development standard, but the resulting design and construction methods are 50% more expensive than a design option that violated the standard? What if an applicant is trying to replicate historic architecture in their neighborhood, or they're trying to match the surrounding built environment, but the features they're trying to replicate violate the current design standards? Like, is that a good enough justification? So I'm worried about the idea of justification. And then I'm also concerned about this proposed finding because the determination of the finding feels very subjective. So like, imagine 2 design choices, one that meets the standard and one doesn't, and the one that doesn't is 50% cheaper. Is a 50% cost increase an undue hardship? Because there's a evaluation criteria that talks about undue hardship. So it's like a 50% cost increase and undue hardship. What about a 15% cost increase? Like, it feels like a very subjective determination. Or for example, what if an application asks to exceed the height limit by 5 feet? Is that minimizing the deviation? Does the answer to that question change if all of the adjacent properties are 20 feet taller than the proposed ADU? Like, is 5 feet minimizing deviation? Is 2 feet minimizing deviation? Like, the evaluation criteria to that finding just feels very subjective to me, which is making me uneasy. So I think I would prefer not to have that finding because I don't know how to do it in a way that feels objective.
Isn't this like a central finding of the grant of discretion? I mean, isn't this the whole kit and caboodle? Like, you wouldn't grant an ADU-DR process without a finding that there's a reason to do so. There's a reason to grant the application.
Well, there's always a reason, right? Or else they wouldn't be asking to do it. But like, I think what this is trying to do is put criteria around that reason being good enough. And I'm saying, how do you evaluate that? Or is it maybe this is just an inherently subjective finding and it's really just completely up to staff determination to see is that good enough to ask for?
A point you mentioned about architectural, like trying to match the sort of like an existing architectural style in a neighborhood. It's compelling to me on a certain level, but that is very that can be subjective.
Yeah.
So I feel like some of these changes are being made with the intention of making them as objective as possible.
And this finding is new, so it wasn't in the previous ADU-DR findings, right? So.
And this is Roman numeral 4 that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the finding around
Finding the
finding that there's justification for an exception.
Well, I think this alternative process is inherently discretionary.
Yeah.
And this parameter was, or this finding was added, so like, what would stop someone from asking for a 35-foot ADU or a 50-foot ADU? Like, the goal is to allow for flexibility when there's a reasonable basis. Yes, there's going to be discretion, but yeah, I mean, if they were asking for 7 feet when maybe 2 or 3 feet would do, that gives staff the ability to say, well, look, what you're trying to address could be addressed in 3 feet. We can support that. We can certainly support 7 feet. So there isn't going to be an objective standard here because then it wouldn't be part of the ADUDR.
Okay.
So that's kind of, I mean, the reason we added it was because before we didn't have it. So staff was like, well, they could ask for anything. We can't really push back.
Yeah.
This gives us the ability to have that conversation.
Okay. I understand that. All right. And then the last one in that subsection is the updated appeal process. I think for consistency's sake, I would prefer to have the process be the way it was before, where it goes to Planning Commission, or it could go to City Council. Just because there's no other discretionary reviews that are decided by the city manager, it feels odd to me to treat ADUs differently.
And then the reference to the hearing officer that we've never heard of before.
Right.
Seemed unexpected. So, yeah, why? Oh, and the other, instead of city manager, we see, I mean, it's typically going to the zoning administrator. And so this is, the intent is to streamline it to not go to the zoning manager, to the zoning administrator?
Well, I don't think it could go to the zoning administrator because presumably the zoning administrator was part of the group that made the decision in the first place. So to appeal the decision to people that made the decision doesn't make sense.
True. Okay, so it would normally go to planning commission or,
Right.
yes, and then city council, as it says.
I think that the intent here was looking at how do you avoid, I mean, I think, and I feel there was an SB 9 appeal to planning commission at a point where it becomes challenging for the planning commission. But I think there's also a point to be made. This would be consistent with how other appeals would be handled within Title 27, which is the zoning code. So yeah, I think wherever the commission wants to go, this was a staff recommendation trying to lower the bar to move these through quicker, get decisions, keep them moving. But yeah, I think we'll just look to the planning commission for what you want to recommend if there's a majority here.
Because we've seen SB 9 appeals, we've seen single-family home appeals. So it just feels weird to me to have the ADUs be treated differently.
Have there been any appeals of ADUDR decisions?
No, we have not had any.
I don't imagine
appeal.
the volume of applications is so low.
Yes.
I don't imagine this would significantly impact Planning Commission.
And it does just seem like the city manager seems not necessarily their bailiwick, right? I mean, but it is what we do.
Right.
I don't have a problem with the staff recommendation. I think it seems, I don't think this is, maybe that having a hearing officer for these types of things is unusual in San Mateo. I don't think it's that unusual in other jurisdictions. And usually it's the hearing officer has some level of expertise to look at the different daylight planes as compared to whatever that we can do, but they are actually have that expertise to do. I don't have a problem changing it to planning commission either, but I think changing it to a hearing officer would streamline the process in a way that I would be supportive of. But if everyone disagreed, I'll just go with you.
I think because staff mentioned it's unlikely to be a hearing officer and it's more likely to be the city manager or a designee, I would say we just keep it consistent with all of the other discretionary.
I was using
appeals.
hearing officer as a shorthand for.
Oh, okay.
You would call, it would be a planner or someone, it would be someone. I
But it
assume.
wouldn't be.
Well, the city manager, I don't know, but the city manager would designate someone who had the capability of hearing anything.
Right, but like it wouldn't be someone in planning, if it wouldn't be the zoning administrator, I mean, for the same reason that planning is who made the determination, whether it be zoning administrator or planning staff. And so now.
Well, I'm
then-
not sure about that, but maybe we don't know,
But that was-
I don't think there's a, I don't know, I don't think there's a regular.
I thought that's what it was
Can't be someone in
said.
planning.
I wouldn't say that, but the zoning administrator is the official person that takes action on an ADUDR, similar to like a single-family designer, an SFDDR, or something else at staff level. The zoning administrator is the entity that approves of that action.
And so then the appeal would, but then I think what we're saying is that then the appeal has to be person to persons with some distance from the initial decision.
That's correct. That's why it wouldn't be the community development director, because inevitably I'm involved in
Right.
what goes on in the planning team. So that's why it would, within the city manager is the logical person to appeal that decision. I think our thinking was there's always accountability of that individual to the city council. Yeah, I think we'll just look to the planning commission for whatever recommendation you want to make here.
I think we would be better equipped maybe than the city manager.
I mean, I agree with you.
A little below their pay grade.
Well, yeah, that too. And it
It
also,
would be like a deputy, like it would be like your deputy, like one of the deputies who's not involved. But if it's not actually someone with any plan, like planning or building specific
I mean, it would
expertise,
be
then
Alex, our planning, our city manager. And like you said, I mean, yeah, we're below that pay grade, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I agree with Commissioner Patel that it makes sense to be consistent, and it's, having an appeal go to the city manager is not something that's typical. So I would rather be consistent and have it go to planning commission and city council.
I'm comfortable with that, with the caveat that there's always got to be a first in order for there
True.
to be a new. But I think in this particular circumstance, it makes sense to have.
Yeah, I'm okay with either way, whatever the consensus is. And it does seem at least a little bit relevant that there have yet to be any appeals.
True.
I'm gonna lean strongly in favor of keeping it with the planning commission, just to move us forward, if no one has objections to that. Okay.
No objection.
All right, so the next one, 30 minutes. Maybe we can do this.
Aren't we on
Okay.
17 or something?
We're on 17. We can do this.
No problem.
Next one is clarification on max ADU unit size and FAR exemption for ADUs.
My comment was that this was as discussed in August. That's what
Yes.
my note says, so it makes sense.
Okay, I actually have a comment on this one. So there was a public comment letter from Cal HDF, which discussed the implementation of SB 1121, which was reviewed in the staff presentation. It's what allows for up to 8 detached ADUs on lots with an existing multifamily dwelling or 2 on a proposed multifamily dwelling. I'm not a lawyer, I'm going to put that caveat out there. Per Cal HDF's letter, they say, because Government Code Section 66323 subdivision A4 does not contain a size limit for new construction, detached ADUs on multifamily parcels, the city may not unilaterally impose one. So TLDR, if Cal HDF's interpretation is correct, it seems like we cannot impose any size limits on those detached ADUs under that provision. Do you want to answer?
So I think we're fully on board with following state law. I think just overall, we weren't in agreement
Good.
with the positions taken in that letter.
Okay.
And these are all positions that have been thoroughly fleshed out with HCD. And
Okay.
HCD did very specifically look at our multifamily section and required that we make a number of changes to the multifamily section. We then reviewed our draft updates with them. So, yeah, I guess our position would be we're not in agreement with the positions taken in that letter.
Great. As long as HCD has been in there and HCD didn't call that out as an issue, then I think I'm less concerned about running into a violation of state law.
I mean, I would imagine that probably was the ADU DR was discussed with HCD at some point?
This doesn't have to do with discretionary review. This is simply.
No, I know, but
about-
I'm just saying, like, because.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Cal HDF also had issue with the discretionary
Yeah.
review as an option.
So we've had 2 discussions with HCD on our ordinance. And then also, if you look in the ADU handbook of 2025, it allows for, what was the term, Liz? It was
Bonus.
bonus.
Provision. I can
Yeah.
find the exact language.
Yeah, and there was limited restrictions on what that could entail.
Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, HCD in their handbook says that a local agency can adopt an ADU bonus program, which I think functionally is what our discretionary review is.
Great.
Perfect.
Next item, height of detached ADUs.
No comments.
Sorry, which number is this?
18.
Number 18, height of detached ADUs.
I'm good till 20.
Okay, good. Number 19, setback exception for ADUs in rear third of a lot meeting specific standards. I got one here. Okay. So in the agenda report, it explains this change by noting that the height and daylight plane requirements for an accessory structure within required yards in R1 districts are set at 9 feet to top plate and 16 feet to the roof peak with 9-foot 45-degree daylight plane. Under existing provisions, accessory structures are allowed to be converted to ADUs, so a homeowner could propose to build an accessory structure in the rear 1/3 of a parcel and then convert it to an ADU. And then in the actual text of the proposed ordinance, the way that it's listed is quoting, or for a detached ADU that is proposed in the rear 1/3 of a lot that otherwise meets all requirements of accessory buildings and structures in required yards of R1 districts pursuant to Chapter 27.70. So Chapter 27.70.010 subsection C is where our municipal code states the height limits for accessory structures. And the height limits for accessory structures in R1 districts is 9 foot to plate, but in all other districts, it's 15 feet to top plate. So I would suggest that we just strike the of R1 districts out of the language in the updated ADU ordinance. So it just says that otherwise meets all requirements of accessory buildings and structures in required yards pursuant to Chapter 27.70. My concern is if we limit it to R1 districts, then you've streamlined the 2-step process for R1 districts, but you haven't streamlined the 2-step process for all other districts, because you could have an application in an R3 district that can build up to a 15-foot plate height, and then they have to go through this 2-step process to propose that accessory structure first, and then a second application to propose converting it.
I think.
Confuse everyone by getting really in the weeds.
I think this goes to Liz's earlier point, where this property, even in a different district, would have a single-family dwelling. So the zoning code would then go back to the R1 standards for that main structure. So the same principle would apply, that the accessory structures would follow the R1 as well. Because you're referring to accessory structures for, say, an R3, so that's a multifamily apartment building. That ADUs would be developed under a different path in that scenario.
But an accessory structure wouldn't be developed under a different path, right?
Well, we're talking about an accessory structure on a site with, say, a triplex, an apartment building, and in that case, it wouldn't even be subject to this section because we'd be looking at the multifamily section to regulate ADUs. So the only way we would be looking at this section to regulate ADUs in the rear 1/3 is if there was a single family dwelling on the site.
But I think today, if there is a single-family dwelling on an R3 lot, the way that the municipal code reads to me, if that property owner wanted to build an accessory structure, the height limit for that accessory structure, it just says all other districts other than R1, 15-foot plate height limit. So that property owner could build an accessory structure with a 15-foot plate height limit.
It is, and I guess I'd look to Liz on.
And then later could try to convert that accessory structure to an ADU. They would still have to go through a two-step process.
Yes, through the chair, what Commissioner Patel has just outlined is correct, and there likely are scenarios where that would apply. I think the intentionality with keeping this specific to R1 was that we did want to provide added sensitivity to the scale of ADUs at a property line, and that process to build a taller ADU at a 4-foot setback is always available, or to seek an ADU DR. So there was some intention behind keeping it to the R1. However, if the commission wants to direct this differently, we could certainly look at that, but that was the intention with drafting it to specifically cite that R1 accessory structure
Okay,
standard.
I think if the ADU DR path is available, then that assuages my concerns. All right, number 20. You know me, I like to get in the weeds. Number 20, removal of ADU parking requirements.
As discussed.
Yeah, this was as discussed in August and also per HCD requirements.
Yep, okay, number 21, additional voluntary parking standards.
I think, was this in response to comments in August from us? Or
I think it was.
There were already a few things suggested in August to incentivize off-street parking, but I think based on our discussion, a few more were added.
Yeah. That's how I had it noted from August, that we had asked for more encouragement for off-street parking, if possible.
This was the slide with the cute little garage, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just now.
I have a few in this section, if you would like me to dive in.
Well, I'm very brief on this, so I'll just say,
Okay.
I saw the picture of the cute little garage with the thing above it, and I immediately thought, that's exactly the kind of structure that we already are seeing. We already see a lot, pre-existing in older neighborhoods, and that's sort of like little apartment above the garage type thing. Just makes a lot of sense to me. I wrote and I said that's sort of a return to tradition. So. Yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
All right, so diving into my in the weeds comments, on the first suggested change, which allows parking in a tandem orientation. I just wanted to note, I had no idea tandem parking wasn't allowed for single-family homes.
It's not that it's not allowed, it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
I mean, it
It only
doesn't count
counts
as
as
two
one
spots.
stall,
Yeah, it doesn't
even
count
if
as
it's
two
super
spots.
long.
Yeah.
Interesting,
People
okay.
park that way, and it's not like against,
The
it's not
first
a.
home I lived in San Mateo had a tandem parking garage, so that's why it never even occurred to me that wasn't.
Well, and it doesn't necessarily mean garage, it also means just on your driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one was the not requiring the removal of the driveway and curb cut. That made total sense to me. We discussed that before. And then the one where I have some more substantial comments is the next suggestion, which is limiting the number of voluntarily provided parking stalls for ADUs to 2. And so I will say that I strongly agree with the intent of this requirement, which is to minimize the amount of yard that is being paved over for parking. But I'm worried that this actual requirement might result in the opposite happening. At the end of the day, the agenda report notes that there's no maximum number of parking stalls for primary units. So in some ways, that cat is already out of the bag. And by limiting the number of voluntary parking spots for ADUs, the only thing that I think this will do is impose restrictions on ADUs that don't exist for primary dwellings, but also I worry that it might make site layout really complicated. Like, I'm imagining a scenario where you have a single-family home with an attached one-car garage, and that property owner proposes building a new ADU, new detached ADU. Parking is really tight in their neighborhood, so they're like, I want to provide 2 off-street parking spaces for my new ADU, but also parking is really tight in my neighborhood, so I want to add another off-street space for my primary dwelling. How do they prove that the 3 off-street parking spaces that they are proposing, that one of them is for the primary dwelling and 2 of them are for the ADU?
I don't think you have to do that.
Is it
Doesn't
enough
matter.
is it enough to say that 2 are for one and 1 is for the other?
Yeah, typically you wouldn't have to say which one, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think that normally you just show the parking spaces and whether they're used or not, or who uses them. I mean, you don't have to designate. Am I correct on that? Like, you don't
Yeah,
have to designate.
through the chair, it wouldn't maybe need to be shown on the application simply for staff to be able to review the appropriate standards that are applicable to that parking space. So I think the reason to specify here is that under these provisions, ADU parking can pretty much be proposed anywhere on a lot, even within the front yard setback. So if you don't cap the number of stalls that are ADU parking, someone could feasibly come in and pave over their entire lot and say that's ADU parking stalls. And we would have no recourse to say, actually, our limits on front yard paving don't allow you to do so. So by setting a maximum of 2 stalls, property owner could still provide excess parking for the main unit, but those parking stalls in that paved area would be subject to the limitations that are already existing for single-family parking stalls, which the main things I think that we were considering here are limits on front yard paving, and that parking stalls for primary units cannot be located in the front yard.
Yeah.
Really, that's the crux of it, yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense, and that makes complete and total sense to me. And again, like, I strongly agree with the intent. I think I'm imagining worst case, edge case scenarios where it's like you end up with 2 different parking structures because you can't combine the parking in one spot, and so now you've actually paved over more land than if you could have combined all the parking in one spot, right?
Yeah, and through the chair, we do work with applicants on like suggestions on where they could put that. If it's an issue with the site layout, of course, we wouldn't design a project for them, but would offer guidance if they need to meet a standard differently. And for what it's worth, we do receive neighborhood complaints about overpaving more often than I think the inverse. So this was intended to address some of that.
And that's why tandem is so like important as
I
a
know,
tool.
right?
Because
Because then you don't need the wide
even if
driveway.
it's, yeah, and it's not necessarily convenient, but at
Yeah.
least it like gives you a space.
Okay, and I sent you actually a question about this, and you clarified that primary dwelling parking is allowed in the interior side yard and rear yard.
Yes, through the chair, that was sent out to the Planning Commission, but for the benefit of the public record, this makes reference to parking for the primary residence not being allowed within required yard areas, that it should read required front or street side yard areas, but rear yard, it's allowed.
Yeah. And then the next one was E. So that one is stating, it's actually labeled D because the actual D is misitemized. That's, actually, is this the right one?
ABC.
Oh, yeah,
Uncovered
it
parking.
is. It is, yeah. So this is talking about allowing covered parking underneath the footprint of an ADU. And again, it was the same issue that I raised before, where it specifically references the plate height of accessory structures in R1 districts by saying like a 9-foot plate height limit is consistent with the height limits established for accessory structures within the rear third of a parcel. And I was thinking about this, and the plate height, we're now raising the plate height of an ADU to 18 feet. And that's measured from grade, right? So like the top plate height of an ADU can be 18 feet. By saying that the parking structure underneath it can have a max plate height of 9 feet, we're basically saying, we're kind of mandating a split between the uses, right? We're saying like 9 feet for parking, 9 feet for living space. But I think I was wondering, like, is that important? Like, is that of substantial importance? Like, what if the applicant was like, I actually want to do a 10-foot parking structure and an 8-foot ADU? At the end of the day, it's still all under the 18-foot plate height limit. So if it's all under the 18-foot plate height limit, does how the uses are split really matter? And then if there's some reason that they want to be above the plate height limit, then they're going to go through discretionary review anyway, right? But it just kind of feels like when you already have an 18-foot plate height limit, like specifying a separate plate height limit for one of the two uses under that 18 feet, just.
I guess because it's unusual to have, I don't know why, you're right, I guess, I mean, I've said that about small spaces that are, you know, and whether it's the ADU or, you know, a living, like a habitable space, I've said, you know, why do people feel compelled to make these very tall spaces, which are, I think, sometimes taller than they need to be for the size of the space, for the, you know, but I don't know about garages.
I just think the more important limit is the 18-foot limit, right? And
right.
It would seem like a waste if someone's going through discretionary review because they want a 10-foot carport and an 8-foot living space.
You mean a waste of a discretionary
Right,
review?
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Would this also be relevant in situations where someone has a commercial vehicle that they're not allowed to park on the street, and they would need to have, they might want to have the option to do a 10-foot height or whatever.
RVs are so tall, though, I don't know you could fit a living space on top of a parking structure for an RV and meet the 18 foot. But yes, exactly, right?
Yeah.
Like, as long as you're hitting the 18 feet, does it matter how you're partitioning the uses?
From a zoning perspective, it doesn't really matter, but from a building code perspective, so if you have the 10-foot plate height and then you have another 8 feet, you have to drop down 12 inches for the ceiling, for the joists, so that makes it down to 7 feet, and that's not habitable space at that point, because you need 7.5 feet for habitable space.
7 foot.
So, I mean, from a zoning perspective, we can take that piece out, but from a realistic perspective, they really need to be within like the 9.
So practically speaking, if they're trying to do taller than 9-foot plate height for the parking structure, they're going to end up going through discretionary review anyway, because they're going to have to go over 18-foot plate height.
And
Yeah, in order to have living space on the upper floor. So it's really like 9.5.
Yeah.
Once it hits that, then.
well, and the other thing is that I think it's odd that it's plate height from grade, because you're going to have, like, I think of plate height at top of plate as from your subfloor or finished floor to the top of plate, not from grade, because that could be, who knows, if you're on a slope, it could be.
We talked about that last
Yeah.
time when we were talking about elevation.
There was also this specific project which had gone through the DR process, which had a taller than standard garage existing, and then built a ADU on top of that, and it was above the plate height required, you know, the allowable plate height by a number of inches.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
I think if they would have to go through discretionary review anyway, if they're partitioning the space differently, then it doesn't really matter to me. I was more of like trying to figure out how could we streamline having to go through discretionary review. So, yeah.
Yeah, edge cases. Yeah.
Edge cases,
It puts you over,
yeah,
no matter what, so.
yeah, okay.
Okay,
Then I think
so-
you could leave it in because there's not a way to eliminate the possibility of discretionary review partitioning the space differently.
In reality, yeah.
In reality. All right. Number 22, prohibition of rooftop decks or terraces above an ADU.
I was just looking at this just now, and I was suddenly thinking, oh, if you had if you had a one-story ADU attached to a two-story existing dwelling, this would prevent, you know, having a door on the second floor and having something on top of that. I don't know if,
I actually had the same thing, right? So like, if you have an attached one-story ADU, what's the difference between using that roof for a balcony slash second-story deck versus it being a rooftop?
and you could,
Deck.
you could design that in a way that did not look over onto a neighboring property by putting up a wall or setting back the edge of the
Railings.
the terrace from the edge of the roof, you know, if it was kind of, you know, so that it's more towards the inside of the property. I mean, there'd be ways that you could do that, and I don't know that it would be, I don't know that that's something that necessarily should be outright prohibited.
Yep. I'll also note that there is a house in my neighborhood that has a rooftop deck, and I'm wildly jealous of it. It looks really awesome. They've got like, you know, nice string lights up there.
I mean,
I would just interject. This is just saying you can't get it permitted through the ADU ordinance.
Oh, okay, okay.
We are,
Okay.
and that's how you would permit it.
Perfect.
Well, that changes
That
everything.
changes everything. All right. And
I
then
don't remember talking about it. You know.
we didn't talk about it because I feel like I would have noted, but then that awesome house in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I didn't have anything in my notes.
So it would just be a separate permit from the ADU.
Yeah, it's like, whereas, because this is very explicit on what you're doing with an ADU, and we're saying you're not getting a
Right.
rooftop deck through this. ordinance,
Perfect.
Got it.
but You can do it through our single-family design review.
Okay. Number 23, I know Commissioner Bush has an item.
I've been waiting.
We got 5 minutes before we have to take a
55.
vote.
I have a lot of thoughts. No, my only thought was Mike, related to my question, or whatever it was, but that I don't see the need to limit to interior balconies when you're not adjacent to another home.
I agree, and have a proposed language change.
Okay.
So I had the same thing. What about lots that abut a street or an alley or a park or a non-residential building where there's not similar privacy concerns? And so I suggested the wording of this actually be flipped. So it be explicit about what is not allowed rather than stating what is allowed. So in other words, decks shall not face adjacent residential properties. So then that would allow you to face non-residential properties or streets or parks.
I disagree because, and I think what did I say about this one? I felt that it was acceptable because if you designate where, you know, where it would be allowed, that adjacent property could change in, you know, the conditions are going to change at some point. And then you have, you know, somebody builds a house next door to this place with a deck. And we're back to like the thing that you were trying to not do.
But that could happen anyway through discretionary review, right? Because they can always go through discretionary review to get permission to build a balcony facing that non-residential lot that then in the future could be developed into a residential lot. So for me, this was about figuring out ways, how do we avoid discretionary review for something that wouldn't be problematic? I can show you where it is in the code.
Also, to your comment, I think, I'm not 100% sure about Commissioner Patel's exact language on it, but it, you know, if it's facing a street, then nobody's gonna build next to it. But I also think even if it did include, my proposal was to not include even vacant lots that don't currently have a house, if you
Okay.
could eventually have a house on it, like under the present zoning, I guess. I mean, you guys could always change like the zoning, but even then, that person choosing to build a house on that vacant lot at least already knows the existing, you know, what the
Yeah.
existing
Yeah.
Surrounding
context is, thank
condition,
you, yeah.
context.
As opposed to adding an ADU where someone already lives next door. So, yeah, so I'd be fine with Commissioner Patel's language, decks shall not face adjacent residential properties. I could imagine other ways to write that, like
I will leave it to the lawyers to figure out the right way to write that.
This goes on that. But yeah, so I think my proposal would be finding appropriate language to draft here that would recognize the ability to have second-story ADU balconies that when there is no or will not be an adjacent property.
Yeah.
Residential property.
I support flexibility. I also recognize that in our study session, I don't think we gave a great deal of direction on this particular topic to staff. So I appreciate staff's work to come up with objective standards. And I'll just leave it at that.
It is 10:57, so, and the meeting will be going past 11 at this point, is likely, so we'll need a vote to go beyond 11.
All right, 11, we have a roll call vote to extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m.
Chair Patel?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clafter?
Yes.
Commissioner Bush?
Yes.
And Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
If I may interject, your vote needs to be specific as of how much you want to extend it. So if you need 5 minutes, 15 minutes.
Thank you. Why don't we say 30 minutes to be safe because we still have notes and announcements?
Yeah.
Don't we need a motion and a second?
Oh, yeah.
Motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes past 11 p.m.
I second that.
Vice Chair Clafter?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Chair Patel?
Yes.
And Commissioner Bush?
Yes. That was my only comment on number 23.
I mean, I could go either way, so I don't really feel, I hear you, your rationale.
Good?
Yeah,
I think we have 3 in support of making it allowable to have the decks facing a non-residential use.
Perfect.
Yeah. That was my last note on this item. Anyone else? Any other notes?
I don't think so.
I'll just reiterate, thank you again to staff.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. This is such a meaty topic and truly like the detail at which the materials were prepped made it really easy to get through. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close this item. Next.
Wait, did we?
Sorry.
Recommendation.
You're right, we have to motion.
And may I ask that the motion include the desk amendment?
Yes.
And I can put that text up on the slide if it's helpful too. This is the desk.
So I can move to.
Adopt staff's.
Yes.
Yeah, to adopt the recommendation in addition to the desk memorandum with the changes the 3 or 4 changes that we have had a majority of council, commission agree to over the course of this item.
Can you list those just so we're clear on what's moving forward here?
I'll defer to Chair Patel.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me see if I can go through my notes. One moment.
Let's see. Maybe we should make the motion more clear.
The recommendation that the appeals for the ADUDR remain with the commission.
Yes,
And
it
the
was
council.
the appeal should remain with planning commission and then on to council. And
Okay, so.
then it was clarification of the ADUDR applicability. So having it be more open-ended to allow for discretionary review for any objective design standard and not just have it be limited to height setbacks and daylight planes and second-story balconies. And then the third one was what we just discussed, the allowing second-story decks and balconies that don't face residential
Interior.
properties.
Can I just clarify on the first one, appeals to the commission, then council? I thought it was just to the commission. Does everything the commission does have to be appealed to council? Okay, all right, okay.
And if I could ask the commissioner for her specific language on the balconies.
My suggestion was, what I said was, second-story balconies can face interior, have to face interior if they're are adjacent to residential property but can face non-residential property. But I suggested that staff figure out how best to write that rather than us
Okay.
trying to write it live. But we can write it live if that's necessary.
I suggested deck shall not face adjacent residential properties.
I think that's a good spot. We can work with that.
Yep.
Okay, so then
it
I will
is
move
the
again to.
Applicability, I'll just say one more time, applicability of AUDR. It is the appeals process having to be to planning commission and city council, and then it's this second story decks and balconies. Having them not face adjacent residential properties.
Okay, great. So I move to adopt the recommendation as amended in the desk amendment, as well as those three changes as articulated by Chair Patel.
Second.
Through the chair, we're unfortunately experiencing technical difficulties right now. It seems the internet's crashed and we're not live on Zoom. Oh, then, okay. Excuse me. And for the vote, Chair Patel,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clafter,
Yes.
Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Amazing. Now I will close this item.
Motion.
Okay, that is that.
Next item, reports and announcements. Do we have any reports and announcements from staff or the city attorney?
A couple just wanted to note, obviously, this is our last meeting of 2025. We are looking at a number of projects queuing up for 2026. So I think the hiatus from our light meeting load in 25, we will be turning the page on that as we've got a lot to do in 26. We are looking at meetings on January 13th and January 27th. We anticipate probably 2 items on both items that will be probably coming forward. We've got a couple of our SB 330, new housing development applications. We will have housing element amendments. I believe those might be the 3 notable ones, but in looking at this, we'll send out a list as we get a little closer on our kind of projected list, but please keep us appraised of any meetings you're not able to attend, as a quorum will be crucial to keep everything moving forward. And especially with SB 330s, we're often looking at specific state mandated deadlines to get these to public hearings. So it's not easy to move a date back if we can't. So knowing everyone's schedule as soon as possible helps us plan ahead and meet our deadline requirements. We'll also be sending out the list of projects as we know they're coming forward, because you'll be able to check out our What's Happening on Development page, do site visits. There'll be a lot of content to go through with each of these applications. So the degree that you can start doing your homework early definitely will help at the meeting. So more to come, but that's all that I have to report out for upcoming meetings.
Thank you.
None from our attorney?
Happy holidays.
Oh, thank you. I just remembered, I have a question. Do we know when the ADU updates are going to council?
Probably in January. I know we've got a busy January schedule as well, but I know this is time sensitive, so Carey School is probably going to go the first meeting in January. Looks like we're tentatively looking at the second meeting in January.
The 26th.
Do we have any notes and announcements from any of our commissioners?
No, too many times.
I'll just say, reiterate happy holidays to everybody. And I as was just teased, all these SB 330 projects, which we're going to be seeing next year, I know the staff has been hard at work all year, and they've kept telling us, oh, these are coming, these are coming. So I'm looking forward to finally seeing all of that work. So, at which point also there will be congratulations for having gotten it in front of us. So yes, just to say thank you, and everybody enjoy the rest of their year.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate my thanks to the 11 staff members who are here tonight.
Yes.
That actually, even with the technical difficulties, it went really smoothly. So thank you to everybody in the back as well, the unsung heroes back there, and of course to all of y'all. So thanks.
Happy holidays and looking forward to next year. I'm going to pull out that calendar that we approved recently and make sure I have all those dates for the year.
All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the meeting. See you all in January. Happy holidays.
Yay.
Yeah, we gotta call and plug it.
Will you unplug it all? Thank you. Are these new?
They're usually at our,
Yeah.
oh, there you.
This is so awesome.
Oh, nice.
I'm keeping this after we move back.
Oh, what is this?
It's just a little template.
But maybe they're going with, us.
Good night.
Yeah, when is this,
Bye. Have a good holiday.
see you next year.
But
What's
maybe,
gonna happen to these? Do we have another meeting here? Or are we gonna do these again?
Oh, yeah.
but maybe there are new ones for the dais.
Yeah, we'll work on that next. Yeah, we'll work on it next time.
Mid-January at this point, but unfortunately, it won't include carpet and chairs.
Just let me know.
There's delays in getting those chairs, so that's gonna.
There was a lot to cover, yes.
There's always a fear of leaving something out.
They will,
I've noticed that.
but, you know, targeting middle January could be. So we might have 2 more meetings.
The